moods and like who's like the antagonist. Do you ever feel guilty gaming? I always think I could be doing shit like writing or reading. Playing video games at the end of the stream, or just like going hard on a video game for an entire stream. Like, if I don't have any creativity, I don't have any creativity. I don't push it. Mediocre things in the book that don't really matter that much, like in a game, like in Monster Hunter. No one gives a fuck about the story in Monster Hunter. You want to hunt monsters in a Monster Hunter game. Alright, and with that, as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Just the people inside of the tree that stay inside of the tree, that are part of the utopia underneath the monarch. Then there's the adventurers that leave the tree and go explore the world. Basically, there's three species. There's the octopi, who are the most intelligent. They're at the top. Then there's the avians and insectoids, who are underneath them. A perennial gift is the gift/power or trait that passes from parent to child, like a daughter getting a fire gift, same as her mother, or a lion-based gift from her grandmother on her father's side. The main character gained his mother's parental gift called Copycat, which allows him to copy attack and uses for certain power sets as long as it matches the power he has access to, i.e. him shooting asphalt spikes is an ability he learned from watching an earthbending based heroine early in the book. You were one of the first people to come in and like fully explain and drop a lore in their world, whether it be fantasy or whatever it is, and I fucking love it. Because I love sharing ideas back and forth, because that's the true nature of creativity, is expanding your parameters for an idea. We turned a 17-minute video into an hour and 50 minutes. Are you shitting me? No way the game froze again. It's mainly to spark conversation. And we got a guy in here named Did It Fucking Crash? Thanks for stopping in, guys. And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. So you've got like these multicolored gummy bears in this like little container thing. And it's the perspective of the gummy bears. And they're having basically a theological debate about whether the hand that comes in, or the thing that comes in and grabs them, is a good thing or a bad thing. And it's like they're trying to like offer themselves to the fingers or whatever, and you know, they're trying to do analytics to see like, oh, green bears get picked out the most. So if you're a green bear, you're most likely to get picked, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. You know, and it kind of just centers around this, like, society of these bears inside of this container until, you know, there's limiting and even more limiting amount of them, and they're starting to realize, I don't know what happens when we get out of here, but eventually there's going to be no one left in here. A neutral stance to elevated tension in 5 paragraphs, I think I have improved, let's say. That's not true, Muffin. I actually am going to do, I was even talking to the Cuckpo about this. It was daylight savings yesterday, and I'm guessing you guys, like, I know, like, I think some of Europe has daylight savings, but I'm pretty sure Australia doesn't have daylight savings, right? The same time for me. It's 1:08 a.m., but it's an hour earlier for everyone else that doesn't have daylight saving. But trust me, Valiant Boy, if I don't get affiliate, I'm 100% blaming you. You got it?
Valium just died.
Remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! So there's people that are like, you know, religious fanatics that are trying to, like, pile themselves on top of each other whenever the fingers come and, like, choose me! Choose me! And then you have the ones that are like, oh, the hand is evil! We must all run from it anytime it comes! Please run! Do not sacrifice your lives! That kind of idea. They're licking its fingers going, green's the good shit. That's hilarious because that's exactly what I'm doing. It's random. Yo, 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 boys, we back. We got the ASL today. It's gonna be a day. It's gonna be a fucking day.
저희 조에 저그가 오는 걸 싫어해가지고 다른 조로 보내는데 원저그 정도는 괜찮다는 생각을 가지고는 있어요.
처음이어서 좀 떨리긴 하는데 흥미롭습니다. A조에 들어가지 않을까 싶어요.
고개를 좀 끄덕이고 계시는데 긍정의 의미일까요?
네, 뽑을 거예요.
아 그런가요?
그냥 받아들입니까? 아니면 뭔가 좀 딜이라도 해볼 수 있는 게 있어요?
저는 마음에 듭니다. 시드권자를 보았을 때 저쪽 조는 가고 싶지가 않더라고요.
야! 바로 뽑습니까?
근데 이번에 처음에 올라오셨는데 뭐 방송 분량 드려야 되나요?
다른 변수가 없습니다.
그렇죠.
네.
유승문 선수는 바로 찍었어요.
그 24강에서 윤중이 형을 떨어뜨려가지고 그리고 윤한이 형이
Well, we already watched this. There's kind of no point in going through with this.
한전이다 보니
Let's just get straight to the interview.
그림이 남아있는 상황인데
And you're now waiting for the opening day for Group A
There we
of the
go.
round of 16, featuring Sulky, who, as the first player in history, aims to score 4 championship runs in a row alongside 3 Terrans. Let's meet our players. Hello,
Gonna be
good to have you here.
insane. Sulky's gonna fuck them up. I
First
want to
up,
see Sulky
the
versus
seeded player
Scan
of Group
so
A,
bad
Sulky.
though.
Hi.
I just want to see him
Hi.
get crushed.
Having seized the opportunity for 3 back-to-back championships last season, you said, I will win the next one too. Today you're taking the first step towards that goal. Are you feeling in shape? I'm in good shape. I had a good time warming up. I should have an easy time advancing through today. Just like last season, you went into the group selection as a seeded player and managed to assemble a group of 3 Terrans. I think you'll be happy with how that went. I originally didn't plan on changing things. I thought about it. The thing is, it would have been a shame not to use my swap privilege. So I did. I do need to apologize to Scan and Barracks because I told them I wouldn't swap and here I am suddenly bringing light over. I feel sorry. Right, I can feel a hint of resentment towards you, judging by Scan and Barracks' facial expressions. Let's talk to Scan as well. This is going to be your first ever round of 16 appearance. I can see you even got a fresh haircut. What do you say? Does the atmosphere feel different from the round of 24? Very much so. What feels different? The determination of the players, the preparation. If you look at the time we had to prepare, I think they prepared a lot because, you know, as soon as the group selection ceremony was over, I rushed to find practice partners, but they were all gone. It was a little difficult. Oh, in any case, this is your first ever round of 16. It seems you kind of missed the timing for finding opponents to practice with. Notwithstanding, you set out to put a dent in Sulky's record. Through this best of 1, you revealed such aspirations. Have you put in immense practice for that first match? I prepared diligently. I think you can look forward to a surprise. Expect the unexpected, you say, with a smile on your face. Okay, let's talk to Barracks as well. Hi. Hi. You managed to avoid snow and you came to Group A, but I have a feeling this will not be a group you're particularly happy with. What do you say? Well, I avoided snow, but, you know, I believed in Sulky. Now we've got light here. But anyway, the 2 of them, there's 3 Terrans here. I just steeled myself to engage in the TVT the same way. You have this image of a Terran who is constantly on the up and up. If you manage to take down these tough opponents, including Light, you'll be getting 1 step closer to achieving that round of 4 goal of yours. Are you confident? For starters, I practiced a lot for today.
Eggy man,
With the aim
welcome.
of
How's it
simply
going,
showing
bro?
my practice,
Whoa.
I
We're
should be
back
able to play good
with some
games.
StarCraft. This time
Can't wait
it's
to see if you
games,
manage
it's
to
not
show
just a
everything you've
nomination.
prepared.
It's gonna be
Let's
the
talk to
and
Light.
Sulky's the champion, so today might be
We've
the
not
best
seen you in
games we're
Group
gonna
A for
get
quite
in the
some
round of
time.
16.
Hi. You
No,
said
I know, I
yourself
tried
that
for like
right after the
hours to
group
figure it
selection
out. I don't
ceremony, you
fucking know
felt,
what happened.
I'm going to group D. I will end up in groups either C or D.
At this point,
But
it's
in
like
the
I
end,
just need to figure
to
out if
your
I
own
can change my
satisfaction,
password and get into
you
the
landed in
multi-chat
Group
on
A
OBS,
instead.
and if it's not
How
that,
do you feel ahead of
I
playing in Group
fucking
A?
don't know.
All that it is, it's better than being in Group D. I did not
I
come
would
here
listen to you,
thinking
but I'm
that I
looking
will
at her
advance
legs.
for sure. I have lost to Barracks recently in online tournaments as well,
True.
so I
True,
am a
Eggy.
little anxious. Nonetheless, I prepared a lot, so I want to get a good result. During the group
They're very
nomination, we
smart
had
to have
chance
a
to see
female
true
interviewer.
smile from you, something we don't get to see very often. It was a smile of catharsis, as you put it. To what degree was that smile of assurance present during your practice as you come here? All in all, I was relaxed practicing because we have 3 Terrans.
That is annoying though. I
I
did 2
realized
streams
there's a
and
chance for
found
me
the
to
Twitch element
advance
stuff
if I simply
overwhelming
do
and
well in
annoying.
TVT alone.
That's why I
so
said
yeah, practice was
I
convenient.
do one thing a day.
I see.
Every
We have
day
a
I
lot
try
of
to do
storylines
one
between
thing
the
for the
players in
stream.
Group A. Let's take a look at them
You think they'd
one
have
by
it all
one. What we have
slick
on
by
our
now.
hands is a group
It's just because
where
there's so
Scout,
many
Barracks,
different.
Light, the 3
The
Terrans
truth is,
need to punch
it's because
through,
they charge
the
money for
3-time
most of
champion
the
that is Sulky,
premium
who is
aspects of
closing
them.
in
So
on
there's
a
like a bunch
60%
of
win
different
rate
there's
in
like 100
ZVT
different
in
bots
the
because
ASL.
like they're
This
like, oh well, this one
Broodwar
charges money, let's
shines
make a
through
new one,
in
and then
that
that one
matchup
gets
as he
popular,
does
and then
not
they're like, well, let's
crumble
charge money,
easily.
and then a new one pops up, and that gets popular,
I'm
and then
curious
it's
as to
like,
what
well,
the
let's charge
Terrans
money,
think
and
of
then a
this
new one
group
pops
is
up, and it just
structured.
keeps
Let's
fucking
ask
happening.
Scan first.
So no one ever gets the opportunity to
If you were
like
to take down
fully
Sulky,
sit
go on.
down and develop out
I
what
want
it
to break
should
through, yes.
actually be, and
You
have
said
like
his
a
win rate
fully
is 60%,
downloaded
right?
OBS.
Yes.
Like you could
I'll
download
make it
like
59%.
World of Warcraft with all the proper
Oh, you
add-ons,
want to lower
all
his
in the
win
proper
rate. I
place,
guess you
all
must
set
have
up
truly
perfectly,
prepared
like the
tremendous
world
amount.
first players have it.
Are you feeling the danger and incoming crisis, Sulky?
So you just download OBS
In
and
any
everything's
case,
just
there's not
fucking
much
there.
data on
Makes
scan,
sense. You think Twitch would bring
so
it
it's a little scary, but if I
it
just play the way
in-house
I
and
always
just
do,
charge
I
like
don't think I'll
$3
have
for
any
it or
trouble
something.
today. Now,
Yeah,
this close
true.
to 60% win rate actually contains a match between Sulky and Light from the round of 8 last season. Light took 2 games, but in the end, Sulky defeated him with loss, win, win, loss, win, win. Light, if you try and revive that memory, if you were to meet in the winners or decider
How many
matches,
redeems to make them
today,
legs open?
we have expectations for a great match. What do you think? I've played against Sulky quite a lot in tournaments, only for me to end up losing a lot. His macro is on point, he does all-ins really well too. It was tough. Today, I honestly did not focus on Sulky, because even if I lose to him, I can take down the Terrans and advance. That's my mindset. It looks like Light's strategy revolves just around getting to the round of 8, even if it's in second place.
Man, I can't find the actual clip, but this is about as close as I can get. Where's the fucking quality on this? I'm so confused. What, is it just shit quality? Yeah, it's just shit quality. Wow, what a joke. Yeah, if you should play five hearts under
Sulky,
one roof.
it kind of feels
Looking
like
for the chair scene
even if you end
where
up running into a Terran as strong as Light,
you basically get to fuck
you have
the
a
chick.
sort of aura of superiority. Light is not an easy opponent by
It's the
any
closest
means.
we ever got
I
to
came
doing
here thinking
together.
if something goes wrong and I lose to Light, I can still advance in second
True.
place. I think we can advance hand in hand. I wonder if Barracks is as
could be great,
uncomfortable
Eggy.
now hearing all of this.
The most wonderful
and
thing.
also hearing how much Scan has prepared too. Honestly, Barracks, you've made a great turnaround starting 2 seasons before. I bet you're looking to prevent this scenario where Sulky and Light advance in first and second place. What do you think?
The roleplay game was
I
fun. It was
think
well balanced
it would be
between
nice
you,
if
Levi, and the
Scan
chat
managed to beat
character.
Sulky.
Yeah, that went so
right.
smoothly. Like I was
And I
like
will
not
go to the
worried,
winners'
but I
match
wasn't
and
exactly
meet him
sure
there.
how it was gonna go. Right? If it was going to be like a 6-hour fucking exposition.
The losers match.
But no,
Scan,
it turned out
do you
great.
think that's possible? A tier for insurrection? Yes, let's revolt. Looking forward
Like,
to it.
I don't know if that
Can't
was
wait to
his
see what
super
this holds in
grok
store
or if that's
for
just
us.
grok in general,
Let's
but
close
like,
with final remarks
damn.
from our players.
And I don't
So,
think we would have run out of responses. I've done like
I'll show
more
you
than
performance
100
today and
responses
advance to
in
the round
one
of 8.
day.
Can't wait.
I've only ever
Scan.
run out of pictures on grok.
I trained even harder than I
But
did
I
for
mean,
the round of
it's
24.
super grok, so I mean, maybe it's
repay
better.
everyone with a great performance.
Levi was
Good.
more
Barracks?
receptive to
I too
suggestions
prepared well,
than I
and I'll
maybe
try to
thought.
show that today. Good. And finally, Light, a word?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll do my best today and get a good result. Can't wait. Looking forward to great games from all of you. Thanks for the interview.
My problem with collabs though is that I'm
You're
always
waiting for
high,
the start of the
so
opening
I
day,
never know what the fuck is going on.
Of the round of 16.
It's like I don't want to drag someone else down, you know what I mean?
Stronger, more robust, keen energy. Let's kick things off and see who survives to fight in the extended series of the round of 8.
And like reading the chat between it and stuff like that, we gotta figure out like a system. And then fucking Valiant Boy! What the fuck is Valiant Boy thinking? He just drops into the Discord like it's no big fucking deal. And then just starts mumbling in the background.
What is
like,
up,
what the?
everybody?
And then he
Welcome
gets
back
mad.
to ASL. We're
Like, what the
finally
fuck,
into the
Valiant
round of
Boy? Get out of
16.
here.
My God, that week off felt so long.
Detestable.
Yeah,
You
because it was
need
more than a
to
whole
fuck
week when
knows
you really
what. Yeah, and then he's like,
it definitely was.
I'm getting
tasteless.
mad at me because I know what the
so glad
fuck
to
he
be
was
back.
talking
We're
about.
in
And
kind
he's
of
like,
the
oh, what's
long
this
days
about? I'm
of
like, what do
the
you mean,
tournament,
what's this about? What
and
the
we're
fuck?
starting
Get
off
out of
with
here.
What is historically generally the easiest group because the champion kind of gets to
I
pick most of it.
swear he's a fucking
but
meta
still
troll.
a very
He's so
tough one to
good
look
at
on
it.
paper.
It's like he's so bad he's good, or
we've
he's so
got
good he's bad.
Lineup of just
I
incredible
don't know.
parents.
He
You know,
never
if
stops.
this was any other year, like any other season in the last, 3 or 4 that we've had, I would say it's a tough one to call who's going to get out. Sulky's been on an absolute killing spree.
Yeah,
He
no
has
one
been
can beat
untouchable, and
Sulky.
don't
We
know
need
when this is
Flash
gonna
to come
end.
back to beat Sulky.
It could be yet another season where
And if
he manages
Sulky
to
wins,
take it.
no one can dethrone Sulky.
And,
Watch him win the
to
next
be honest,
9
CVT,
in a row.
He does seem to make it look very easy. He seems to be able to punish.
I'll be
and get
honest, I
away with
trolled him
more
very
than
hard on Kick the other
any
day.
other,
Yeah, I know.
player
He
I've
came
ever
in
seen
here
in a
and went into the
He's
Discord and was talking
by
about it. He was
far
like,
the best
this
as
fucking
you've
guy.
seen.
And I'm like, what
And
the
it
fuck are you
didn't
talking about?
surprise me at all
Explain
that he
yourself,
made an
Valiant Boy. I
alternative.
don't know
This
what
was
you're
exactly
talking
what I was
about.
expecting from
I mean,
him.
he didn't even. I did know what he was
Scan
talking
first
about.
makes perfect
But he
sense.
didn't
To
explain
just-
himself at all.
to
So it's
swap
like if I
out the
didn't know what he was
for
talking
light, if
about,
people haven't seen
then
it, we have a whole selection translated on the channel as
yeah,
well,
I
so
would
you
have been
might
so
wanna check that
fucking
out.
lost.
Really funny, fun
I'm
stuff.
just trying to
But
hold
yeah,
not
Sulky's
laughing
really
at
made a
him.
group custom
Poor
built to
Valiant
get
Boy,
out.
we're such assholes.
And we've got Group B coming up tomorrow. That's going to be Sharp Speed, Jadon, and Best.
Oh
Group
my
C
God.
and Group D are also going to be very exciting. We're going to have the majority of our Protoss players playing it out there.
I joined
But
Essentia's
for the
stream
first week, it's
as
gonna be
yeah
a lot
Valley,
of
and then
tearing
we're all
action.
like,
Yeah.
me and
There's
Levi
gonna be
are
a
like,
lot of
where's your
tearing
baby
action
mama?
here.
How's your
Yeah,
baby
week one.
mama doing?
Yeah, this is
Valiant?
these groups are insane. Like
Just
look at
ignored
Group
him.
D, man. Group D is madness, and Group
Oh
C
my
is madness as well.
What
Like,
did Essentia think of it?
I would probably put Group D as the group of death. Like literally, Russian, Hero, and Mini are all always top 8, and Snow is someone we think should win a championship. How the hell does a group like that get made? That is so insane.
Look,
Yeah, they really
Group
made
D
an
could
amazing
easily
group
been
of death.
any Final
It's like
Four,
every year, it's like
any
the group of
ASL.
death gets worse and
Years
worse and worse every year. It's like, it can't get any worse. What's gonna be next? Sulky, Flash, Bisu, Mini.
But for today, no Protosses.
That would- I think that would be the ultimate-
the
ultimate.
most likely favorite. Should easily
kept
advance.
telling
If
him
doesn't
he was
advance today,
escalating
it is the biggest upset
his
in round
energy, and he
16.
needed to allow new
I find
energies
it
in the chat.
impossible to imagine him not advancing. This is really a custom-made group. He chose the least experienced player in Scan.
Yeah, he needs to
and
stop
he,
like getting
obviously
overwhelmed
swapped
by
Hero at the
stuff,
end for
right?
Light to just keep it full
And just
Terran.
like chill
And
chill
the thing
out
is,
and take it
these are
easy.
the
It's
right
the
Terran
internet.
players for him too. He is the ultimate SK Terran killer, and these guys all kind of specialize in that. If there was someone he would be dodging that's playing in this, it would be like Speed, for instance, who's much more likely to do highly technical openers. So I think here, if you're one of these Terran players and you're playing Sulky, you have 2 options to try to take him down.
I read a lot about
First
spirituality,
option,
so I was
2
having
barracks
genuine
in the center
chat
of the map,
ascension. It was
BBS.
driving him nuts.
Second option, highly technical opener, like Vulture Drop.
She's an amazing streamer.
Wraith,
I'm so
like
glad
that,
she's popping the fuck
where
off.
The game can
She's only
get out
streamed
of
for like
control
2 months. She has like
immediately
over
for Soul, because
500
if you try to go to a macro
followers.
game, we saw what happened to Light last season when he did that. Soulkey ripped him apart.
Yeah, and you know, with the 3 Terran lineup that we have here, I feel like these are easier Terrans for him than Royal and Rush. I think Royal and Rush
100%.
in some ways might have a better edge coming into this in the way they approach the matchup, in the way that they are willing to occasionally take very sophisticated risks early on.
Yes, 100%.
Let's also keep in mind that Soulkey has, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's probably cheesed or done weird 7 pulls, stuff like that in this matchup more than any other Zerg, which is shocking because
of how strong he is?
15 players of that caliber, you would not expect a basically #1 rank ASL player to be the guy who's gotten away with that. But it kind of makes sense. We've had a lot of very greedy openers on the rise here for Terrans. You know, with Nexus on 12
I was
being so
discussing something
popular,
with
and a lot
her
of Terrans
and
deciding,
you come
why
here
don't I
like
just go
Jeff
command center
to
first in
Homer.
certain matchups?
You are how old?
Soulkey
Tell me
has
now.
basically managed to keep his riskiness a
14?
major threat here, and it's really made a lot
You
of
should
the
know
Terrans
Valium, boy. It's been 3
open up in more
years.
standard ways, and look, the odds are, I don't know, maybe 1 out of 10, 1 out of 20 games Soulkey might do the rush, but it's intimidating enough that a lot of these Terrans won't risk it.
That build will give him a free
You stole
win
me from Cute
against
Muffin, don't
any,
you
like,
remember?
barracks in the center of the map and against, you know, like a command center first, like you said. So,
Oh my god.
yeah, it's great for him to mix those in. It makes it
She's a
really
good
hard to pull
streamer.
the
It
trigger
probably
on these
helps that
builds. But I
she's
think that's
stunning.
what you need to
Yeah.
do. If I'm coaching Scan here, I'm like, make 2 barracks in the center of the map and pray that he goes hatch first. That's going to be, I think, the best way to do it. But let's see, man. Let's see what Scan has planned. I hope
I'm only
it's
stunning
fancy.
1 day of a month.
We're getting ready
But,
now to
you
go
know, the
into
pictures still
our first game
catfishes
here as we
people.
start the round of
If you told me to
16.
kill myself, I probably would.
3-time
Just like,
ASL
kill yourself and we'll be
champion coming here
united in our
again.
souls in eternity.
But for
Drink
now,
the
Scan
Kool-Aid.
stands in his way. Let's
Like,
go. Okay, we've got Scan here in the top right, Soulkey in the bottom right. Real quick, guys, we're so glad to be back and casting ASL after that 10-day break. Consider signing up for the Patreon. It's patreon.com/ASL English. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. It's been so fun, and the future is so bright for StarCraft 1. I think we're going to have 2 seasons of ASL every year.
I'll be honest, I
you
saw
know,
your chick pick, and I was like,
indefinitely.
what's
I
the
don't see why
situation
they'd stop,
here?
basically.
Then
So
you were
we
the
really
chillest
appreciate your
person
support.
on this shit.
I think it's going to go on pretty much forever. Like, the show is
Yeah.
so popular.
It's just
There's
a
so
troll,
much support
man.
for StarCraft 1.
It's real, but it's
really
still
is
a
beautiful
troll.
place. There's no question about it. And, like, I think some people
Because then people
miss
click on it.
the Kespa days.
Like there's a
I'll tell you who doesn't miss the Kespa days.
higher
These pro gamers
risk,
who watch and
or a
play.
higher chance of
Okay,
people
like,
clicking
they are
on it
so
and
happy to
staying
be able to live, like,
because
normal
they like
lives
the
and still
content
compete at
than
the
there
highest
is
level.
if I didn't have the picture. I just
So
had like a
it's
normal
a great
picture and
time.
people
Thank you
passing
everyone
by it.
very much. And,
Because the people that
check
click
out
on
that
it,
Patreon if you'd
like
to support.
expecting
Big
it,
thanks to everyone who
and
has.
then the people that don't click on it because I am a chick,
So going into this game,
well,
Scan
I mean,
is
because
probably
it's a picture, it like, looks like a
one
chick.
of the greenest players.
Even though if you actually
that we
look at the
have here in
picture,
round
you
of
could
16.
probably
Great
tell
solid
that,
corners
you know,
here showing
something's
up,
not
by the
right
way.
with the picture.
This is in the Samsung studio, by the way. I think I mentioned this before, but I get a lot of people DMing me on Twitter.
But I
or
think
X,
it's
whatever
like,
we call it now.
it's a great
Now,
way of getting people's
they switch between the
curiosity,
two studios.
and
we never know which one
it's
they're gonna
like,
use. Sometimes you know, another
it
company
places
or
out
another
there
esports
that
title
side
will
of the
request one of
stream without
studios and
actually
pays
placing it out there, you
Soup
know?
to use it, but this is the one. At
So if you
Samsung
do happen
Station,
to
you
like
get
join
down
the
there.
stream on one of those
Ideally,
days,
buy a ticket ahead of time so you can make sure you get in. But generally, these days don't sell out. It's a pretty spacious studio, so usually
which will
people just
probably
get
be
in.
tomorrow night. We'll probably do
So,
the
I want
ASMR
to
stream
mention,
tomorrow
because,
night.
you know, I was saying, like, you either need to make 2 barracks in the center or you need to do a technical opening.
And write a
This is
spicy
technical
story?
opening from Scan. Obviously, we can't tell what
Well,
it's
let
going
me-
to
let me see
be
when I
as
work.
of yet.
So I
but
know I
he's
work
gone for
early
the quick
tomorrow,
gas,
so it's
and
gonna be
this
a
is basically what you need to do, and this is why you were saying you think Royal would be a good match for Scan. I would agree with you 100%. You know, like, you need to do something that is hard to figure out what it is and has high damage potential against Sulky. Because that's like...
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Tomorrow night, tomorrow's stream
edge that can actually
will
bring
be
you
the
now,
Bikini
he's gonna
ASMR stream.
finish this
I joined
wall.
your stream at the end
saw
yesterday.
the factory, so that was very important to see. And
at
of course, you
like,
get like a sunken
the very end when I got spammed.
with this. Like,
Were you there for
a lot
that?
of builds that come out of this. You can go a 1-1-1. You can go 2 factory. There's actually a 2 factory all. There's Vulture Drop. There's 2 Port Wraith.
I should have turned it off just for the VOD, but I thought it was funny.
There are a lot of builds that this could be, so it's hard for Sulky to narrow that down to exactly how
Rotox is popping off.
Can
no,
you
it's
explain
just
the
I don't know.
Because I know one build that I used.
I don't
to
know.
use, like way long ago to
someone's using me to bot their followers
with my off race.
Yeah.
What exactly is the 2 factory build you do?
Okay, so there is. Okay, it looks like
you're
it's going to be 2
about.
port, but the 2 factory all in is something.
Oh, the
Steve came up with about a year ago.
juke is
I believe he's the
real!
originator of it. And it's basically you go 2 factory speed vulture.
But technically, that's like
you go
110
at
extra
vultures,
followers that I
and
shouldn't
the funny
have.
thing is, they can have sunkens, and what you do is you just bring 1 or 2 marines and 4 SCVs.
But
and
it is
you
what it
literally
is.
Kill the sunkens.
You know, the 3 cents is worth it. I mean, what?
Damage at the sunkens explode, and you can kill like basically every drone right before mutas get out. But if they do like a full wall and 2 sunkens, then it's like a kind of auto loss. It's not a common build, but I've seen Speed do it a few times, and actually I've beaten really high level players with it occasionally.
True,
yeah,
I've seen it happen, Tastosis.
I just go speed vultures and try to run up their ramp or run behind their minerals.
Yeah, I did it when I ran a biggish
down.
Twitter account just to help game the algo.
Enough stuff.
Yeah, like my entire Twitter is all bots. Like the celebrity bots. Like I probably have like 25, maybe even actually like 100. Like Keanu Reeves.
I like the positioning there
like,
up that spire. I guess it does make me a little nervous if you ever got into a weird game where they could drop
Elon
you back
Musk,
there, since the spire plugs up the. Oh no, I guess it doesn't plug up the whole way around the back of the base, right? They can go through the gas side, huh?
Yeah, I guess there is a
random celebrities and shit like that.
But yeah, looking at the 2-port Wraith build, like this was really popular about 8 months ago.
Twitter
like,
is
everyone was
unusable
doing a lot
these days.
Of 2-port,
True.
Because, you know, Sulky had made this matchup pretty hard.
True.
And
it is.
Sulky, I've seen him do a lot of counters
Did you
to
see?
this.
Do you watch
the best against 2-port,
Ordinary
but
Gamer?
He still can die to it for sure. He's actually not doing the counter I thought he would. He had a really cool counter where he went Hydralisk Den and Spire. Yeah, taking a look at this, he's actually just going to run by and kind of suicide onto as many drones as he can. So yeah, and look at that. He already has Burrow up. So that is one really strong way to save drones against a build like this.
Yeah, you know, Burrow a lot of times is going to sound weird, but it really is kind of a panacea against 1-base builds. You know, when you have something coming at you, like it's like 1-base Reaver, you know, or in this case, the 2-star Port Wraith, just being able to burrow drones for the price. The Wraiths just don't get a whole lot of value. Now, Scan's going to come down here and take out this Overlord. The issue is going to be, can Scan slow Sulky down? And by the way, this isn't easy for the Zerg either. It's a real headache because Wraiths can basically be microed the same way that Zerg can micro mutas. Terrans can do that with Wraiths. By the way, I love that.
Okay, maybe it wasn't him. He did the one on 4chan. Because 4chan got hacked.
You don't have a turret there. You don't have scans right away, and you know that you're already
Mutahar.
Second base really early to try to do this.
And,
yeah, and just the constant scouting of seeing if there is a unit move out, because there's a lot of follow-ups to this. Some people go 1-base bio, some people go command center. I've seen some cool ones where you just make like 8 Marines and send them down, and it's like just enough that the Wraiths beat the mutas then.
That's who it was.
So yeah, hard to say exactly how it go.
Digital
but
tar pits, how to fight back against AI, and how people are like basically using
engineering bay on the way,
like looping algorithms and fake data to like trick AI models into basically getting lost in mazes on their sites and giving them like fake, like useless data.
Knows, of course, that he does need to have some missile turrets ready for that.
Yeah, the channel's Kyle Hill, and it's all about digital tar pits.
So the issue that you got to be careful for is
and it's about like
both Wraiths and
basically fighting back against the AI algorithms that are basically destroying like, and the idea of like dead internet theory.
So there's definitely a point where you have an opportunity to do damage, but then later on you really got to get back to safety with those Wraiths, or you're going to lose everything and basically be impotent in the game.
Because yeah, everyone
Now,
knows
Scan
dead
is
internet
setting
theory
up
is
a
true.
missile turret there in the mineral line, so he's definitely
Facebook
getting ready for
alone
it, so he
banned
knows
like
that there has to
37
be a
billion
balloon lane there.
bots last
That
year.
would be a huge misplay by Sulky not to have it.
No,
So
it's
just kind of
real. It's
blindly makes
absolutely
that.
real.
Has his Marines
Like
here as well.
comparatively, the amount of
And,
humans on the internet
I mean,
to
its
the amount of
defense so
bots on
far
the
looks
internet is
very
probably
strong, but I like a
0.01%.
lot, by the way,
There
that
are
Sulky threw up
hundreds
a
of
third hatchery in his main
billions
base.
of
This
bots
kind of
on the
reminds
internet.
me of how you know, Zerg players started to counteract some of
Maybe even
Bisu's
more.
heavy overlord control.
Maybe even
discourses
100
back in
trillion
the day, you know,
bots.
just getting an extra
And they just
macro
keep being
hatchery,
made.
making sure that you can replace
Until
all the
eventually
lost
there's just
overlords and
nothing
drones
left
more
but
easily.
bots. Stopped
He's
Reddit
also
because
going to
it
be
was
getting a
just
base
bots.
down at 6 o'clock.
Yep.
The Wraiths, they skirt out.
And it's
for a
like
little
they're
bit.
getting
Looks like he's gonna
smarter
try
with
to
their
come back, and
tactics,
there's no
too,
command
of
center
what they're
here.
doing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did
Let me
you
read
say
the
there was a
sub for the
command center
town I
is
live
that
in.
making right now?
No, I haven't seen a command center
Okay.
yet.
Ivory
but I
Dasman
think
Gold
he just
sub.
started one, but I'm not 100%. Oh, no, never mind.
No.
That was just the
okay,
barracks
so
one.
And
Yeah.
short stories.
yeah, you know, I had the same thing when I was looking at that. I thought, is that a CC over there? So he's on one base. So the next few minutes are going to be really
Reddit wasn't
important
helpful
because
with this
Zerg is
chat
going to be
chimes
so
shit.
out of range of the Terran punishing him if he doesn't do something. And in fact, he's not going to do anything. The command center is going to finally come down. So, you know, Zerg borrowed most of their drones. Sure, mining time was lost, but the workers weren't really killed off here. And I feel like Scan is going to have a very, very difficult mid-game, if not impossible.
Well, I'm actually... I thought there was a chance he'd throw down an armory. I have seen some players, when the Zerg stays on mutas, go into a few Valkyries with this to try to just eliminate the Air Force very quickly. But we
It's
haven't
for
seen that.
specific
He
interest,
did
but
just
it's
do
a
a
wider
very
site,
strong
it's
scout
trash.
with the Wraith.
Yep.
He flew over everything in the main
It
base, so he has a
is
good
truly
read on
a
what Sulky
disaster
has.
space for fucking
Another
retards.
way that you can play this is
The fact
just
that I got
utilizing
banned on
Wraiths
short
as
stories and they
really
didn't
good,
even
like,
take down my
ATM.
AI stories. They banned me
You
for
know,
my
like,
actual
if you,
stories.
If you go into Marine Medic from
So
here,
my-
and you
my
have, like,
fucking
a whole
AI
group of
stories are
Wraiths
still
with
up
it,
there.
The mutas can't
Fucking
really
idiots.
engage. You know, like if they try to come in, it's kind of like when you have Marines with Goliaths, right? There used to be a Goliath Marine
Sure.
all in, and it's like, okay, you have this great range, but the heavy DPS of, you know, just Wraiths stack.
But I love how
perfectly.
people
Okay,
are
that's
against
why Marines are
AI.
really
I'm
good.
like,
They're
yeah,
small, they fit together,
just
so the DPS just goes
like
up and up for the surface area,
anti
and the Wraiths
AI
just add right on
everything.
top
It's
of
like,
that. So it's like
you're
really
gonna be
hard to actually
like
engage.
so you're gonna be riding
Well, the Wraiths are
horses
gonna
when
just
we're in
dance
space.
right outside of range.
That's how much of a gap
cloak
there's
doesn't
going to
last
be
forever.
between people that use
So
AI
it's
and
gonna
people that don't
eventually
use
have to
AI.
be cloak up there.
It's like the people that
Four
refuse to use
ratchets
like
are
self
coming down
checkouts
now.
at fucking
This guy
Walmart
is
and
too
shit.
big.
On the move with
It's like, dude, it's
I was
fucking
about to say,
evolution of
he's on
technology.
2
Goddamn,
different control
embrace
groups,
it.
which I hadn't really noticed. Now, this is the moving shot.
You don't
here
have to
I was
stand in
talking about.
line. And now when
If you
people
can
stand
get
in
those to
line
connect, remember, the
for more
clouds
than
are gonna
like
bounce
30
on each of
seconds,
those
they're like,
Wraiths,
what the
and the
fuck?
damage is so
Why do I have to
painful.
stand in line?
He comes back
It's
in
like,
here with the next
because
set
you're a
of Wraiths,
fucking
and
entitled
although
asshole,
I
that's
really
why.
like the idea of what Scan's doing, it just does not seem
Go
to
up
be
to the fucking
working
customer
out at
service
all.
desk if you're
It's
that
being shut down on
impatient.
both ends here by Sulky.
It's like they don't
This
even know what they're
definitely
fucking
could've killed,
doing
like, a
half
lot
the
of
time.
Zerg players so
Oh,
far.
there's
The
a
fact
light
that Sulky
there?
already had all his mutas split up. He's playing this so calmly. That's, I think, the big thing that we're seeing here is, like, he is not phased in the least by this very teched out 2-port Wraith build. And in fact, you know, he got his very fast evolution chamber, so he's going to have a carapace, I think, before Scan has +1, which is huge. And he's already into, like, Lurker Ling here, so kind of a tough situation for Scan, but he's definitely not down and out
Self-checkout
yet.
steals
You know,
jobs.
Sulky
That's why I
has
don't
more
approve of them. The
supply,
tech itself isn't an
but
issue.
he's not like in Hive tech or anything like that. If Scan controls well, he gets his science
But
vessel out.
Sean,
You know, he micros his
it
race well during
doesn't
the battle and
steal
everything.
jobs.
His army actually can kill Sulky's army.
You know, but hold position lurkers don't seem to be very stoppable, right? I mean, how much gas was
we
spent on
literally
Wraiths,
have
along with everything
more
else that Terran got?
employees
If you were
now
to
that
do
we
a
have the
blind push, you would go
self-checkout.
right into hold position lurkers. I think that's literally what
So
we're
it's
gonna have here.
actually, at least from my
I think you're right.
experience,
It
it's
becomes
actually
very-
bullshit
Oh
that it
my
takes away jobs because we need more people to man it because of the amount of people that
Well,
steal
at least
in the
Scan kind
self-checkout.
of pulled back, but still, there's so many mutalisks here.
Where 4 checkers
is-
used to
this
work,
is
only
very,
1
very
works now.
bad. Oh man, Sulky's
funny.
so good.
It just becomes so obvious as Sulky does. it,
Well,
that, yeah,
I don't
the
know
vessel
about
was
that
delayed
because
that many Wraiths that
maybe
got
they're
close.
just understaffed
And
in
of
that
course,
area,
Terran
but we
feels an
literally
immense
have
amount of
more
pressure to try to
employees
push out on the map and do
because of
something,
the self-checkout.
and then you can't. because hold position lurkers is
'Cause we have,
literally
like,
unbeatable unless you know where
14
it is
self-checkouts and 4 counters.
You know that, so he's gonna pull everything. He's
So they
leaving,
removed 4
defensive
counters and they
posture
put in
entirely.
14
he may even go
machines.
For a bust right now. I think the first vessel is gonna pop in a second here, but it could be too flimsy.
So now we need like 5 or 6 people instead of 4.
Certainly no bunkers here, by the way, as
so
well,
it
which is usually
actually
the thing that can let you
made
hold off
more
against
jobs.
really heavy Zerg
So I
aggression
don't
like
like
this.
it when
So he's
people
gonna
say,
probably
"Oh,
try
I
to
don't
run it
like
right
them
now.
because they take
Yeah,
jobs."
here we go.
Because
That
all
is so
technology
big.
eventually is going to take jobs. There's
such
no
a big
reason
army.
to
And it
stop
does, like, I feel
technology
like I'm
because they
watching
take
July
jobs.
Zerg right now.
Otherwise,
The fact
we
that
wouldn't
the
have
greatest
cars,
macro
we wouldn't have
Zerg,
computers, we wouldn't have
like,
the internet,
on Earth
because
is
people would be
making
like, well,
me
that
think
takes
the
away
most
people's
aggressive
jobs.
champion ever
Email?
is
Whoever
just
invented
shows
email,
the
how
range
many
of
postal
Sulky.
people lost
Like,
their
what a
jobs
great
because of
attack
email?
here. What a
I like
great setup.
self-checkouts because I
And he
can
has dismantled
use my
Scan. I
buy
think
4,
Scan
get the
brought
5th free
a great idea.
strategy.
I think this was a
As-
really good plan to
as
try
well
to take down
as
an
Eggy,
unbeatable player.
you know, the
But
1
Sulky
out of
shows
5
why he is
objects.
a 3-time champion.
Only
Yeah,
scan
I mean,
items that have
the
tags
idea
in them to
wasn't bad,
deactivate the tags.
But I don't know if anybody could pull that specific style off versus Sulky. He made it look so easy. From burrowing the drones back at home and turtling with the Mutalisks until he had Overlord speed, to burrowing even that one Ling at the Terran's expansion to delay the command center, to the hold position lurkers from A to Z.
PS5
Basically
onions,
a perfect
yep.
game here from
I
Sulky.
mean, people will do like a whole cart and they'll just walk out. They'll be like, excuse me, and they'll be like,
by now I wouldn't be impressed. I'd just be like, yeah, that's just Sulky. But like,
because they know we can't do
He dealt
anything.
with that so well. Every single thing, he knew every step what to do, executed it perfectly. Scan
It's
just
total
couldn't
shit.
find
It's
enough
total
damage,
shit.
and Sulky moonwalks.
Thanks for the
into winner's
lurk,
match.
Muffin. How's it going?
Yeah, short and straightforward there. Sulky
Still can't figure out how to delete
looking
that
unstoppable in
freaking
this matchup.
chime.
There's only Terrans in this group. Guys, quick break. TVT coming up next. Barracks versus Light.
roached out. Oh shit! Hey, sweet stuff. Who's winning? So far, Sulky completely destroyed Scan, but it's to be expected. This is Scan's first round of 16. You know, he's not exactly built for this. And Sulky's the champion. I swear it's on purpose to demoralize us somehow. True, Eggy. I believe it.
Welcome back, everybody. Terran versus Terran time now. And I think most of this day is going to be Terran versus Terran since Sulky doesn't
People
seem to be
have
someone
been
who can
in and
lose
out of
this
mine.
matchup.
Nice.
That being
Muffin,
TVT,
keep up the good
so
work, bro. I believe.
Let's see who's going to
You
go
have the
face off
power.
against who currently is the best player in the world, the 3-time ASL champion. I do think Light is a favorite here, but we could be surprised. What about you, Tastosis?
Yeah. Light is, you know,
His
no
stream
matter
has
how much
been
people
going
wanna
great.
Cite, like consistency in ASL or stuff like that. Every single Terran thinks that Light is the best Terran, other than of course Asterisk Flash. But like,
yeah,
Light,
but
his
Flash is so far
high
ahead of
level.
everyone. There's not
It's
even
much
any
higher level than
real
Barrick's
point
understanding of the
in
game. And his mechanics are at
saying
least on
anything
par.
towards him
Barrick's is very
because
good mechanically,
he
but
is such
yeah,
a.
Light
He's literally
looks
like
unstoppable in Terran versus Terran, except
shown
when he plays
in
against Flash.
Soul
So
Leveling. He's
I
so
do
far above
expect him
everyone
to
else,
win,
it's
but
not
a
even
best of one,
fucking
and Barracks
funny.
is getting a lot better right now. Like, I think Barracks is one of these guys that's going to just randomly top 4 in the next few seasons. We're like,
Oh, I
want
want to see it. Barracks is so good.
I
have
think
one
you're right,
viewer.
Artest.
His name
We've
is
got a lot
Fink
of
Dink. He has
up-and-coming
0
Terrans that are looking
messages.
very, very
The
good.
All Might of
Slash
ASL,
left the,
true
the
Levi.
limelight
He is
here.
the All
For now, we'll
Might
see if he comes
of
back.
ASL.
A lot of great Terran
He-
players coming up with a lot of interesting
The only
ideas.
reason
We're
he's
going
not
back
at
to
his
same
height is because he's had to
before
have like
top list.
14
This
surgeries
is
on his
Barracks
arms.
versus Light.
Because I wonder if I can find a picture of it. Yeah,
Okay,
here's a
Barracks
good
there in
one.
the top right. And Light in the top left.
Yeah. So, you know,
Like,
if,
look at
if
that.
it gets to a big macro game,
He has plates
you know,
in his
it
fucking
could be a
arms.
little bit
And this was from
annoying
like
for
10
Light
years
to have
ago.
his main facing Barracks,
But he has
but, you know, you can
he's
kind
had
of remedy that
insane
with
surgeries
missile
on his
turrets
fucking
and a few
arms.
spider mines.
Because of like how
this
hard
map
he goes in the game
is
and how
kind
hard
of
it is to
weird
play
me, too. I
Terran.
haven't played it or seen
He's
that many
literally,
TVs
like,
on the map.
He's literally like
but
Midoriya, just
the ones I
blowing up
have
his
seen, the ones
fucking
that I have
arms
played,
as
it's
he's
like,
playing.
It's pretty wide open in the
So
center.
it's like if he didn't have, if he had a
but there's
robotic
so
body,
much area
he
for
would be
dropping
unfucking stoppable.
that, you know,
Even if it was
once
tuned to the
you
perfect
kind of,
nature of a
seal
human
up
and couldn't,
the
you know,
army
do
movement,
anything
and then
past
if the
it.
map gets somewhat
But it's like
split,
he literally
drop
plays
ships
in
become
pain
really
consistently.
powerful. So you kind of have to have some
He
big
just,
awareness
he's
as
just
to
that good.
where your opponent
He's
is and what
literally
he's
that
doing if you
anime
get into that
character
late
like
game.
Itachi, who's like so fucking good, but he's literally on the brink of death.
Romania, I see that
And
in the
he's
background.
still fucking you over.
Yeah, the massive
So
size
you
of the
can't
lane
see,
here
you
does
can't
very
hear,
typically drop. Not even just
can
in, like,
barely
split
stand
map
up,
endgame,
he's
but I
always
think a lot of
puking
early
blood,
game- not- I guess not
and he
early,
can
maybe
still whoop your
mid-game-ish
ass.
drops can be very strong. It's hard to really shut that down. But I think this is a pretty interesting map overall here, TVT, while still keeping
That's
it
probably the reason
somewhat
why
basic.
this
Yeah, I would agree with you on
group
that.
is
It's
like 3
we
hours
definitely
long,
can
because
see some funny
TVT,
things.
boys,
Oh, that's a gas versus
TVT
Barracks.
is brutal.
Okay, so Barracks
Wow.
has a special cheese planned here. He's going to go 2-port Wraith on one base. And that's like... That's a build I
If
haven't
Barracks
seen in a
takes out
long
Light, this is
time.
going to be insane. If it's
When
Barracks
Remastered
and
first
fucking
came out, people were
Sulky who
using this
carry on,
occasionally, but I really haven't seen it much since then. So basically what you do is you get your gas first, and the thing is it's basically impossible to scout because your factory will start right around the right time, and you just don't know how much gas they have banked up. You know, that's the tricky thing. Zerg actually has a build that's very similar to this. Where
yeah,
if
we
you
saw
don't scout
that
them
last
first,
week.
They have their gas so early that they actually get 200 gas from the
speed
pool finishes, and they start speed and
layer at the same
so
time.
everything looks normal, and then speedlings are out 20 seconds faster than normal.
And
so
you're like,
this
what
is
the
kind of a
fuck?
similar idea.
I don't think
It just
we
throws
saw
people off.
builds like this until like around StarCraft Remastered.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't
thereafter.
remember ever
I don't
doing
remember
them before that.
Like I think people were aware, like you could go gas first and they wouldn't know, but I, at least in the long history of StarCraft games I've casted, I don't remember seeing it. And I think, at least for me, I saw it first in ZVZ, you know, in the build that Tastosis was talking about a second ago. But there's a lot of very smart ideas with stuff like this because you can't check if they got their gas earlier, if they don't scout you early. And this is a 4 spawn map too. I mean, they
they haven't even
time
scouted
people
each
find
other
its right
yet.
way.
Yeah, and there's actually, with hiding how much gas you have, that's kind of a big thing. In StarCraft 2, you can actually click on a geyser and see how much gas has been mined. You can't do that in StarCraft 1. If you click like an assimilator or a refinery or an extractor, it doesn't tell you what's left in there. So it's very hard to scout something like this.
It's a funny thing because...
And he's not going to get... His SCV is going to die, so he's not even going to get the scout off.
There's a couple weird things in the game that, like...
And it doesn't even seem
strategies
suspicious
like
at all,
this,
because that's
and it makes
normally what you
me
would do,
wonder for, like,
because of the timing.
New RTS games that we're going to see in our entire lifetime.
So then he's like, oh, there might be a vulture up there, but he doesn't know. Whereas Barracks just got the confirmation that it is a vulture.
If they're upgrading at the Evo chamber.
Yes.
It doesn't animate, which I think was a mistake. I think they just had to rush the game out.
Yeah,
they
that's
probably
what it
made
feels like.
Zerg last, and then they just, you know, nobody even noticed that the Evo chamber doesn't pulsate when it's upgrading.
Yeah, nothing for Zerg. Nothing for Zerg
shows.
shows. Nothing for Zerg shows. Everything for Terran shows, and half of Protoss shows. So it's like it does feel like Terran was kind of made first, and only Terran has concussive damage. It's like it does feel like the game was kind of rushed at the end, and they didn't quite do the same job on every race.
Yeah, but
and yet the game is
result of that
still
that you have
fucking
these
played
really
25 years
fascinating
later.
Situations like
on a
the fact that it's not
professional
transparent about how much
world
gas is being mined,
stage.
it means you can make it very tricky in
Yes.
build orders. There's certain deceptive things that Zergs can do. Also, you know, when a building animates for an upgrade, that's a great way to fake people out, too. You could start an upgrade, and then as they leave, you cancel it. We see this with Dragoon range all the time in PvP and PvT.
Yeah, it just adds an extra element of skill and like knowledge.
People spend so much time, and I can't blame them, just talking about these crazy things that are in StarCraft that are so intricate and detailed and fascinating, and like it's important to note that it goes both ways. How it makes it complex. Having it in there or not having it in there both make for some interesting mind games.
5%
Okay,
pleasure.
this is a very important moment. The armory wasn't started before the Wraiths got here. And there are 2 Marines.
Might be hitting the wrong spot there,
honestly is over
Eggy.
microing here. Like, he should just prioritize damage output.
But then
Because
again, you
if
know,
your opponent hasn't started the armory and you even have one port
I
rate,
can't
you
really
end up doing
talk.
something like 13 SCVs if they don't repair. And obviously, you see some repairing here. Light is taking this super seriously. He's putting every SCV onto repair. But the amount of
damn
damage
son,
Barracks is
that's
doing,
beast.
he is going to be ahead from this. It's just, what is the follow-up going to look like?
In a situation like this, you're very beholden on which SCV cycles onto the armory and where does it slide to. You can see he's not repairing. He's instead just lining them up to try to throw each SCV on. It looks like he's going to take out yet another one. The next SCV comes up. The turret's going to finish, but I think he can just slide back a little bit, and he should be out of range.
Does this just take the real
Finally,
number
the
and
armory's done.
times it by 10?
And once the first Goliath come out, that's really where it's going to be hard to deal with. At the same time, though, not everything is covered by turrets. We're seeing a little bit of an opening back here in the main, and when you start to get this many wraiths, it really becomes a problem.
Wait, what's he doing?
The barracks is going to land. I love that.
Ooh.
Oh, no, but one wraith also flies into the turret.
Yeah, he does
Bad
definitely have
controlling,
Cloak on the way. Unfortunately, he took some damage. Yeah, okay.
Oh, there it is.
So that's good. He looks like he wanted to make some Marines here, but Light going to go ahead and place a Vulture up there, so that's not going to do anything.
He is on one base,
ooh,
though.
Loses one of his Wraiths.
Ooh, that's bad.
Like, very tricky build order to open up as Barracks now. And now Light needs to really account for Cloaked Wraiths being all over the place.
He's going to go kill the
Yeah,
barracks.
that's right. Barracks really got the jump on him there with those wraiths coming
He's
in.
got to
like that.
rebuild it, but I think he already did.
Even taking this extra barracks out is annoying. No more scouting here. Can't see has the command center started or not. In fact, he made a Oh, I'm sorry.
He
made
didn't.
A second factory there in the main.
But he didn't
command
make
center is
a second
very close
barracks.
To finishing here.
He was like, I'll build the
Barracks,
factory
play a
before
defensive
it
game,
dies,
or is
but
there
then I'll
any
have to
other
remake the
opportunities to
barracks.
try to come in here and be aggro.
Well,
So they
you're
both have to remake
forcing
the
your
barracks.
opponent here to have enough Goliaths and enough scans the entire time. So you're going to have an advantage as far as vision goes. Your opponent can't really do too much to scout you, and tanks shoot further than they see. The combo of Wraith tank is as old as StarCraft itself, in kind of spotting what's ahead of you and being able to move the tanks forward. Like, I think that he should play. Oh wow! Oh wow!
Double
so this is Light trying to
starport
really
follow-up.
hard counter what's going on. This is Light leaving it up partially to chance. Okay, so he's saying, okay, I think you're going to go factory heavy. I'm going to go 2-port Wraith and surprise you with more Wraiths than you have, and that'll give me a huge advantage. And he's definitely right that would do that. But if Barracks goes back into Wraith production or sniffs out what Light is doing, then Light will not be able to catch him as far as the Wraith count. And it might turn into some weird Wraith Valkyrie type of situation. It's hard to say.
Ooh, you got the scan.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
so
very
close.
cool to see Light go for this move. I guess he's already aware that he's behind. It's going to be a pretty tough game. Probably not an
Yeah,
opportunity.
he's playing catch up.
Horizon we can push in, but Wraith
Oh,
does
shit.
beat Wraith if you're not ready for it. Right now he's trying to just do any extra
My bad,
damage he
Levi.
can, but
New command
a big
idea.
accumulation of
Wiki
Wraiths over
feet.
here for
It
Light
responds
could
to
swing this
something
game
like users
very, very quickly.
wiki feet
Because right
score
now in
is
Barracks'
4.5
mind, he's got an
stars.
SCV lead.
I like
He's
that,
in a
Levi.
good spot mining from the second base, and because he has that Wraith
That
in
sounds
his
like a
mind
good time.
lead,
And
and
we
he
could
forces
just throw
opponents to make
these up
Goliaths,
for a
now
little
he can
bit,
make
you know?
Vultures. And Vulture tank, when it's fairly even versus Goliath tank, Vulture tank's a little bit better. Like, you can run up and plant mines. You're generally going to have more tanks because you're spending all your gas on tanks instead of some of it on Goliaths. But if you get blindsided by their Wraiths, you can completely lose your position.
That's what he's really looking to do here. Once he has more Wraiths, he can just overwhelm his opponent's Wraiths and then force the tanks on siege and run in and kind of win the game. So he comes out as soon as he has 4, and he actually already killed a Wraith, but there's a Vulture drop coming. Excuse me, and that Vulture drop has real potential from Barracks to do big damage because Light has his whole army out here.
Yeah, the Vultures are going to come in now, and I mean, there is nothing to defend this. In fact, Light was basically trying to put a lot of pressure over here onto the entrance, and he's still going to go for that. So this could be
he's gonna get a tank.
pretty explosive situation. I mean, the tanks are scrambling to get back. There's nothing to protect them here from Light's Wraiths, so I mean, they're just going to be eating damage. He decides to go and kill that dropship.
Light might
I
actually
believe
win
the
this because of
Vultures
this.
in the main base here of Light have been cleaned up too, so Barracks doesn't have that going for him. But we need to see some anti-air. 2 more Wraiths come in to join the mix. And this could just snowball the damage over here for Barracks. I mean, Wraiths don't do a lot of damage, but even with that many SCVs, you might not be able to save the tanks in time. I think this
Mine look
actually
like
could be
Frodo's.
Yeah. Wright has just out-strategized here. Barracks had a very strong opening. He got a lot of damage with it. He had a very cool like air control, and Light just
and then he
figures
just
out
loses
what he
all
needs
of
to
his
do and
rates.
does it. And this is a win. It's almost impossible to lose from Light's position. Like, even if you didn't attack, suddenly Barracks, how does he ever break this? It's
Yeah.
just never going to happen.
He messed it up. He's just out of range. He tried to siege up, have the Goliath in the front tank damage, and then he wanted to clip the tank with his Wraiths. Only his tanks weren't quite in range. He backs up instead. I guess it's fine to leave him contained on
He
two
tried.
bases.
He tried.
The
We're still
containment
gonna
itself
see-
is so brutal to try to get out of. Like,
Yeah.
okay, your opponent has more Wraiths. Do you go Wraith Valkyrie? Well, what if he makes missile turrets? Do you go Dropship? Well, he has Wraiths, so you can't do that. It's like, well, what do you do? And he's going to try to break out, but it's hard to imagine Light not trading so efficiently here.
Okay, nice move out here from Barracks. Really shattering that position. He does get a little bit of an opening to come into 12 o'clock if he needed to. The Wraiths are going to try to snowball damage. Oh, but they can't. They keep the Goliath alive. Barracks does, I should
He's
say.
got a Valkyrie
A
now.
scan, he's going to try to dive in here. Now, low numbers of Wraiths can
Oh!
but you got
But
to be
he's
careful,
killed too
because
many
when there's enough
tanks.
Valkyries out, they can wipe out.
And he's got a
innumerable
third
amounts
base
of
up.
Wraiths.
Yeah.
Like, Wraiths just die extremely fast.
They are like paper airplanes, truly. They are the weakest unit in the skies. But, you know,
Yeah.
obviously a lot of tactical advantages they can give here, as we've seen. Now, Barracks trying to break out once again. Honestly, Barracks is doing a good job. I appreciate the fact that he's being super aggressive about removing the contain, because Light was about
6
3
tanks
tanks
on
from the
the way.
contain being basically invincible. Like, when this happens, you have to move out. You have to try to clear it as quickly as possible.
Okay, he's going to be able to come in here and plant mines in the last few tanks. Another wave is coming up here. There's still one Wraith doing a little bit of damage.
And
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Barracks is fucked,
base.
unfortunately.
Barracks can't even think about a third base as of yet. He just has to continually try to break out. He did move him far enough back that he might be able to get that third base. But if he decides to try to turtle a third base right now, Light can kind of reinforce his positions, continue to macro up, and the contain will just get harder to break out of, even though Barracks will bring the economy a little bit closer.
We got to see Barracks get this 12 o'clock spot up and running here. It's been a bit of a back and forth. It'll really come down to 12 o'clock, though. I don't think he should push
Talk's
through here.
getting
even though
me
there's not that many
macroed
tanks.
up. True,
So it's very
Eggy.
easy to miscalculate. in
Love
tank
the
versus tank when you try
language.
to push up on a high ground, because tanks fire slowly and there's a chance to miss from low ground to high ground. So sometimes even when it's like, you could probably brute force it. I've seen games where just all the tanks miss. You get
Yep.
very unlucky.
The you know, I think that Light is going about this in a very smart way. If he just sits in this contain, if he just consistently reinforces this
Macros me
contain,
till my Zerg
make sure that
rushes.
he's getting like a few Valkyries and some more Wraiths, and throws down some missile turrets,
Oh
it
my
becomes this
God.
game where it's like, okay, either we try a very inefficient contain break again, or we go like dropship, and like, you know, those are both like, if you get, this is how you actually win TVT. Sometimes people just kill each other, but realistically, in a closer game where the players are more evenly matched, it turns into who has the actual map control, who has a technical containment on their opponent, making it harder for them to move around.
Yeah, and right now Barracks doesn't have a lot of mobility. He's pushed out, but I think Light pretty smartly took a step back and is just making a new line in the sand. It's going to be impossible to get around. Barracks has surged back up with his own set of Wraiths. This is such a funny game. This keeps happening. Both
The
sides
back
keep
and
bluffing that they're no
forth.
longer making Wraiths. The Valkyrie comes in here for Light.
Aggie Mayo,
You can see how
69
punishing those
Shielda.
missiles are.
Same thing.
Long
Thanks so
after
much,
you're
Aggie
cloaked, you're
Mayo.
still going to eat
69,
so
your
much
support
damage
is much appreciated.
as long as they've
Less
tracked
than
on
4,
to
less
any
than
of the
3
targets
plus
in that
1.
group.
Hell yeah, Iggy.
So-
Thank you, bro. Thanks for the 10 cents, buddy.
Has to do, and I don't
I
know if
appreciate
he can do
it.
this, but I think literally the only way is to try to force a breakout right here.
Yeah, you're definitely right. He agrees with you. He's going to try for it.
You're not a
But
venture
Light
brother.
has
Who the hell
enough
are
here that he
you?
should be able to hold it. You just have to kind of focus the front tanks and let your vultures absorb and clear the other vultures. So it's actually Barrett's did surprisingly well again. Like he's doing a really good job considering, but it's a losing battle, and you can see that reflected in the supplies. You know, the thing is, in Terran vs. Terran, man, there's nothing more stressful than trying to break a tank contain in a tournament. Because it can go so wrong, like you were talking about.
Can you be more convincing
before.
next
And
time?
look at this. This is going to be the end of the game, I think. As he loses these tanks and Light is taking 4th base.
I
Barracks has
wasn't
almost nothing
convincing.
left.
Shit. I need to get up
just
my
when it
game.
feels like he's close to doing it, you see another wave of units coming up. And I don't know how many Goliaths are back there, if there still are any. He might be able to just snipe this with the Wraiths protected by the Valkyries.
Oh man, I'm out of touch.
The supplies also really illustrate where this game is. It's about 97 to 113. And even if
One day I'll learn,
break
though.
free from here, the only spot he could take is 3 o'clock, which you already have mines there. I mean, the map really is.
Wait,
you know, at this point
that
in
means
time,
you'll
like
do it
80%
again?
under the control of Light.
Maybe that's the
There's
meta.
no way to do a counter drop. There's no way to get away with a whole lot. It's been a soft contain the whole time, by the way. There was never a line of turrets in a no man's land really created with static structures. It was really all about just having enough Wraiths and Valkyries and being ready to scan. So really fluid play from Light here.
Yeah, I think Light's...
And he's bent back.
Light's pretty much on the up and up.
You know,
he's in a fucking
sacrificed
takeout
too much
there.
at the front
He
lines.
got his 4th
getting
base
that
going.
additional base up now. And just the fact that he has like Wraith Valkyrie and he's started to put missile turrets up on the map. Eventually he'll put missile turrets on the right side as well. And if you just sprinkle missile turrets, it just like screws up dropship really, really hard. And the Wraiths and Valkyries of your opponents can't really fly around. And so you're just kind of closing off any way your opponent can win or come back.
It's a slow game here of, you know, the oxygen slowly leaving this part of the map for Barracks. I mean, because he got that 3rd base, he has another place to drill and soak up resources from, but you know, the pacing of, like, there it is, GG. I was going to say, the pacing of Light's not even, like, taking every base on the map. He's doing it at the exact right pace.
Barracks is like, I'm not going to waste my energy on this game that I know I've already lost.
Up there, and he was pretty much with that 5th base about to hit that exponential spike where you're at the point of no return.
Yeah.
You know?
Next thing you know, he has battle cruisers, and
Anyways,
he's just Yamatoing your tanks.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, that's exactly it. Like Light just, that's the thing. His mechanics are the best, and his understanding's the best, and this is why he's so strong. Like he played that amazingly after being in a terrible position. A good idea from Barracks, but the 2-port Wraith boys have both fallen today, Tasteless.
That's true.
Oh, the Wraiths, man,
today.
the Wraiths. They never
it's
work
be
right.
Up to the floating factory boys to win this
Good
one.
job,
Tastosis
Light.
coming up here. Sulky probably not going to lose to normal play. Great game, though. Again, we kind of expected that result, right? We thought Light was going to win, but what a great match we've got coming up. Guys, up next,
Sulky versus Light, the expected match.
This best.
한번 만들면 좋을 것 같아서 그래도 한번 1패를 안겨주고 싶습니다. 팬분들이 기대하는 게 있다는 마인드 재미있게.
There we go.
Thank you for waiting, everybody. We're back. We're
I
ready to
didn't
go
wait,
into
Tasteless.
what I think
Sorry,
is gonna
bro.
be the best match of the night, maybe one of the best matches in all the round of 16.
Yeah, for sure.
I hope you're right, Tasteless, because what I think it's going to be is a one-sided bash. We're going to see Light, like, absolutely macro like a god and have so many units, and then Sulky...
Dark Swarm, Plague,
Dark Swarm doesn't allow you to do any damage under it without melee units, which Terran has 0 of. So, yeah, I think it's going to be bad.
The Orange Cloud? Is
the
that
Orange
what that
Cloud,
does?
yeah. And then if that's not enough for you, they have a Psy Storm you can't dodge. Did you know you can't dodge it? Oh, oh.
If only you had Psy Storm, you could stop them before they cast it. If only there was a way.
Yeah, and it feels like Defilers just regenerate their energy so quickly. I don't even understand how they get it that quick. It's almost as if they eat Zerglings for it.
That's right. And that Zergling protein immediately turns into mana. Like, instantly. It's crazy. All right, guys. Whoever wins this best of 3 is going to be the first player moving on into the round of 8. Let's do this.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
We've got Sulk here in the top left. And we've got Light
1A,
here
2A,
in the
3A,
top
1A,
right.
2A, 3A, 1A, 2A, 3A, 1A, 2A, 3A.
An interesting one. You know, one of the things about Sulky is that he probably makes mid-game look the easiest out of any ZVT player there is.
Yeah.
It makes it look like Terran really doesn't have any options. Like, everything that Terran did
START.
really ends up looking wrong. And so I'm always kind of fascinated by how he manages to do this. He's probably the best when it comes to mutiling engages as well. He knows how to pretty much engage and almost never lose a Zergling or a Mutalisk.
Sulky, turn off the light.
Yeah,
Oh, I love it.
It's like, it doesn't stop there. Like, he's the best at crushing an army. He's the best at moving his mutas. He's the best at, you know, stopping reinforcements. He's also the best at stopping 8 Raxes. He's also the best at late game. He's also the best at Crazy Zerg. He's also the best at Defilers. It's like, what? He's
a little
literally
bit like Superman.
Zerg Flash. Like, it's insane.
Yeah. We love you back from Belgium. You know, it's a little bit like Sulky's like Superman, where I'm like, this is a bad superhero. It's like he can fly and he's invincible, and they're like, he has X-ray vision, and it's like, all right, calm down. It's like, he has lasers for eyes, and I'm like, all right, you're 8 years old.
Yeah.
Couldn't we have given that to one other character? But Sulky is kind of looking like that, and especially in this matchup.
So
he's always seemed to have an ability to, even in scrappy mid games, where a lot of times that's probably the hardest part for Zerg, is when they've taken a beating and now they're having to like fight with everything they've got, and they always feel like they're down on lurkers and they always feel like they're down on Mutalisks. Usually that's the hardest. Even Sulky will somehow hold his own on fights and then overwhelm the Terran in a big battle in the middle and then go in and kill their natural. It's pretty crazy.
It is. It is. And this game, Tasteless, he happened to do Overpool, which has actually gained some popularity recently. And he happened to scout Light first when Light happened to be doing Command Center first. So Sulky knows where he is. He knows what the build order is. He's going to send 4 Lings. This is already terrible for Light. It is terrible.
Yeah. So Overpool, less economic, and it's called Overpool because you go Overlord and then Spawning Pool, but doesn't die to any kind of cheeses from Terran, and at the same time, it will just kill greed like this. I mean, this
he might actually just be dead.
He might not be able to make more than 1 Marine this whole game.
Watch Light's face. He's going to deflate Tasteless.
All right, get ready. Here we go. Lights, get the pain cam on.
Yeah, there it is. GG. He just GG's.
And this is part of why Sulky is so strong, is because he mixes in these builds.
The
Sometimes they won't work.
the 4
The thing is,
move
Overpool
chess
is
win.
Pretty middle of the
move.
road. Like, it's more economical than 9.
It's literally what he just
slower,
did.
So, you know, it's like it will catch Rack
Fastest
first,
ZVZ. Wait, no, that was a ZVT.
Marine Rush,
Wait,
and
what?
it'll catch Command Center first and just be
Just
kind of mediocre
instantly
against everything else. But,
GG.
like, look at that. Already a free win against Light in Game 1.
Well, look, we were talking about this earlier.
And now Sulky's gonna go like
Sulky
double
will
hatch
mix in
before pool.
aggression.
And Light's gonna go like 1
And
base
builds that are
Marine.
just not that economical
And
to ensure that he
Sulky's
doesn't
gonna
die to
beat him
2
again.
racks and he doesn't die to the greediest builds like Command Center first. We just saw it there. Light was punished. Light decided, okay, I'm gonna have to try to do something that just gives me an edge. It's a bit of a roll of the dice.
He rolled a 1,
and
that's
he
for
got a bad
sure.
roll there. So we're already going into game 2 now. Literally the shortest game probably of the whole season just occurred there.
Yeah.
As Light did not even bother to try to fight that off. He knew it's basically impossible when you're against the likes of Sulky. Anyways, guys, this best of 3 continues on. Hopefully Light can pull off a better opener. Otherwise, Sulky's going to be immediately moving on into the round of 16. Or 8, excuse me.
What he's sending is SCVs? What?
Wait.
1A2A3A START 1A2A3A4A5A6A.
What am I looking at?
Is he just forfeiting?
Oh, they had the wrong vision.
Oh.
I was like,
Oh,
this
that was
is Nanoa versus ST all over again, guys.
You know, that's exactly what I thought. I thought, well, don't you just get kicked out of tournaments for doing this if you're going to throw the match?
Yeah, that was one of the observers.
So
what
that
you
was
do?
the observers.
Yeah, so they
had
had a player spawn as Terran, so you lift your command center and float it, and you kill SCVs. I don't know why they would even have that, because there's like 4 observer slots or something, but that's really weird. Okay.
There must be a bug on the map. That must be a production fix for a secondary observer.
Did Hatsune Miku make it through?
I thought literally he just was sending 1 SCV to each starting location.
Yeah, it doesn't work as Terran. It's not, you know, it just doesn't.
Now, that being
Forward
said,
barracks.
We're still getting cheese.
I actually really like this play. I like this play a lot because Sulky already went pool first, and I was gonna say, but we were talking about other things.
I mean, it's kind of a little bit off topic, but speaking of like a singer, did you hear about Gura?
There you have
leaving,
it. So okay, it's not.
Fuck, I can't remember whichever Hollow Lives. Was it Hollow Live? I think it was Hollow Live that she left.
Be able to scout,
like graduated from Hollow Live.
And it's a single center 8 racks, which means he's going to go gas. So if Light can buy some time,
I say good for her. Fuck those fucking record label bullshit fucking companies.
There's a chance he doesn't auto die.
It's just unfortunate that she can't be Gura anymore.
Should be 0.
So I feel that having to change your fucking entire entity.
Think there is a little bit of a game going on.
I think it's
here
for the best.
We don't see the full stats, right? These guys play.
Hopefully, this is like a chain reaction that causes all of them to fuck
I'm
off.
Sulky never loses to Light, and when you play against somebody in tournaments over and over again that you never lose to, you start to just open up the build order and change a couple dials around to just ensure that it'll never lose to their play. So
especially because a lot of them are just fucking kids too, like
from Sulky,
like 17 to like 21.
He's so confident against Light, he's willing to open up in a potential deficit just to punish any greed.
Yeah, or you know, stop any cheese. Now he's made 4 lings.
Same thing.
Yeah, he's made 4 lings, and Light is going up to a 4th Marine. He's going to have to cut some SCVs here. He started his factory. Notice he started way back, so it's harder to see. And he's going to catch these. See, this is like basically perfectly played by Light, because he went down, he scouted that. Sulky wasn't sure where he was because the Overlord peeked in and didn't see anything. And so he waited, he caught the lings as they came out, and he's cutting SCVs to be able to do this. He's at 18 of 18 right now. This is a super tight build. Normally you get 3 Marines, but like he's doing anything he can to make this work.
Oh, they snuck past.
We did see a Hydrogen thrown down. We're in a very, very
He's going to go for the reinforcements.
Right, the lings are going to try to come in here and intercept. He gets a kill on 1. Every ling, by the way, is huge right now.
Oh, he stops the
bunker.
bunker.
At the bottom, they do force the bunker to cancel. There is no sunken colony being made down here. There is a cavity behind the minerals. Yeah, he's going to run right back there. I'm sorry, am I insane?
What?
Is that the second Hydra Den he made?
Yeah, that's the second. No, that's the second one. He made it before, and then he canceled it.
Like,
how many bits for Hatsune Miku cosplay?
That.
Yeah, I think what probably happened was he thought it was like 1 racks, and then maybe he thought it was 2 racks and canceled, and then he realized, oh, it is 1 racks. Because when it's 1 racks, it's always factory follow-up. Okay, so
now the Marines can't get to the other side of the bunker here. We should note that. Remember that a sunken colony starts out with less HP than a creep colony does. So if you can get this down to like maybe 100 HP left over, you can kill it. But it's not. Well, hold on a second. Oh, he gets into the vulture, gets through. This is crazy. Oh my God, this is an insane game. He could actually bring the vulture back over to the bunker too. He's got a safe space.
Oh, that's 5,000, right?
The whole time the Marines are doing damage, a second vulture comes up. Remember, there could be Hydras hatching. Hydras are going to be a lot better at fighting vultures.
So yeah, 5,000.
Not ideal. The vultures can just
my honest reaction, like
yeah, non-upgraded Hydras can be beaten. With
I mean, I could literally buy that right now.
Do they outrange him?
I think it's actually maybe the same range, but the way that the vulture attacks, like, you can actually just fight them. It's kind of funny. Like, you can flick shot them really well, and they have a hard time shooting you. Now, the
Oh my
bunker,
God.
yeah, he engages the bunker. I think Light just wins. Look at that. That was...
Wow.
Damn.
Dude, that was really, really masterfully done. So, like, Light sent his scout from the main base, and it saw the Overlord. And so he, like, prepared. He left his Marine at the barracks to make a second Marine. He went down to the natural. He saw the hatchery timing and knew that it was an overpool. And so he just kept making Marines. He cut SCVs because you have to make your factory on time, and you don't have money for the depot right then. So he made Marines nonstop and caught them as they came out, because the Overlord peeked into the main, and you saw where he built his factory, where it was really far back. That was so the Overlord could not scout it, because he needs Sulky to not know where he is, so that he runs into the Marines, so that Light gets a free Ling kill and can push. It was... You couldn't have played it better from Light's point of view. You could... It's impossible.
Yeah, really, really perfect execution. We're going to Death Valley.
Yeah, and
Okay.
So this map is wretched for Terran. Wretched.
I'm trying to find that one. This one says that it's all
okay,
of
so
them,
it has
right?
those
It
assimilators
comes
that
with...
go into the main part of the map, and you can kill those, and it blocks off that path. That top right, you can't by ground get to the bottom
Does
left.
it come with the wig,
On the bottom
though?
left, you have to mine out some minerals, and then there's a ton of bases down there.
Because some are just the
mobility
wig.
is absolutely king here.
So I'm not sure.
And Zerg way out mobilities Terran. So this is like a very tricky map. And it, like, if Terran wins the top part of the map, you kill your assimilators, and they can't get in your main. And then you just play the bottom part of the map.
Yeah, this is
you know?
literally just the wig.
So yeah, I think it's a tough one. And what's really interesting to me about this, not only is this the first time we're going to be seeing this, but Light vetoed Eclipse instead of Death Valley.
Okay, it's $100
Shows
for the
you how
full
much he
set.
respects Sulky's skill, because Eclipse is the least attackable map against Zerg. There is no way to actually attack because everything's in the corner, so there's no way to get any dropships in. So someone like Sulky will literally never die on Eclipse. So he's.
But
saying,
I don't know if
"You
this
what?
includes
Screw
the
it, let's
wig
play
or
Death
not,
Valley."
because it doesn't look like it includes the wig.
Which is an unbelievably hard map for
But
Terran.
it says it does.
Yeah, now he doesn't have to play a conventional game. It could be the third cheesy game, the third weird game in a row. We got to see.
I don't know what size to get. I don't
All
want
right, well, we are about to get into this, guys. The final match between these two. Remember, the loser goes on into the final best of 5 of the evening. The winner is the first player.
Like, usually small's fine for me, even in women's size. So I think I'm just going to get a small. If it's too small, it is what it is. Extra small? I don't want to not be able to fit in it. My arms are pretty big.
Right.
Like, it's always my arms I'm worried
That
about.
gives us Light here.
Yeah, I'm actually buying it.
Real quick, guys, last plug of the day.
Why not?
Consider signing up for the Patreon. Those 2 games we just had back there, one of them was insane. The other one was hilarious. You never know what you're going to get in the game of StarCraft, okay? You could have short
It's an
action-packed
investment for the
games,
stream.
Crazy. You know, it's almost like a comedy. It's a tragedy and a comedy. Like, I think of Motives game back there a while ago. But yeah, I mean, it's incredible what 2 great players in a game like StarCraft can create. And we want to keep casting this forever and ever. So sign up for the Patreon. Give us the support. We love you guys. We love this game.
There is no better game.
Look what you did.
We dedicate our lives to it. And I have no plan to ever change that, honestly. Like, this is just the game I want to play and watch and cast forever. And you can see that it's just, like, infinitely deep. Like, we're seeing new stuff, old stuff rotated back in. The
Okay,
maps,
let's see if this
like,
works.
the fact that you can make these absolutely insane maps like this, it's awesome, man. So I just want to throw this out there. This map, you can take you can basically start on 3 gas as Zerg, because you can glitch a drone over the mineral patches and take that bottom base, and you can take your natural. So what you do is you take your oh my god, are you serious? Overpool with gas. So he's expecting cheesy play from Light again, and he's, I mean, he might be right here. It looks like he's going to make a factory on this side of the map and try to glitch a Vulture up.
This is so funny. It's like right now it's the reverse of what you were saying. It's the Terran player glitching an SCV out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Sulky almost looking like it's a Zerg versus Zerg with the build order he's going for. I kind of expected some hidden factory on this map from Terran or something weird in that area, just because, you know, maps that are deeply uncomfortable to play on for the matchup, you just sort of go into a weird, cheesy space.
There you go.
And hope the Zerg doesn't directly preempt it. Now, this SCV is going to circle around, and I think it actually goes into the blind spot of the Overlord. No, hold on.
If that Overlord scouts that, Tasteless.
Yeah, if the wind blows too hard and that Overlord gets pushed into that area, does he see it?
No, just barely not.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God.
It is done.
Oh,
The SCV
man.
It'll be here.
Dude, it's like we're right on the edge of Sulky scouting
When
that.
does
It's
it say?
crazy.
We're pixels away from being spotted.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, you know, Light
May
definitely
2nd to
has an idea for
15th,
this.
so like
He's
2 or
going to
3
try
weeks.
to get some massive damage. He's not mining that much gas, so I think he's expanding behind this. But if he can get
But
a
usually
vulture
it
up
comes
there,
within like
that
6
can
days.
turn into like a game win pretty
So
quickly.
we'll see how it goes.
So not bad ideas from Light. By the way, this is the strongest macro Terran that we have.
So
and
it won't
he's
be next
cheesing
stream, but
3
it'll be the
games in a
stream
row
after
against
that.
Sulky, just to show the strength of Sulky.
That's a real sign of this state of Sulky's play. That you have, I mean, Light is in some ways the least cheesy Terran, I think, that we have. This is crazy to see him just playing like this.
That'll
3
be my
games in a row.
second wig.
Granted, I think a lot of this is just the map and for game 3, but I mean, game 1 and 2. Okay, he's
All
gonna
the
come
way
up.
to Fort McMurray,
Oh,
too.
This is giving Sulky time to do a trap.
Oh my
no.
God, he can't get the glitch off.
And now with 4 lanes
just
there, it
gives
won't
up.
work.
GG.
Oh, man. Well, you know
This
what?
is-
At least that denies taking that base right away. Because that's one of the strong things
Yeah?
about this map is Zerg can just instantly take 3 bases, and they're not all attackable. You know, that's on
You know
other
what?
maps. Like
It's probably it's okay that he's there.
I'm kidding, by the
It
way. I
really
just
is.
looked
It's
Canada
not as good as
in
if
a
he had
map.
gotten into the base and killed off drones, but
Yeah.
I think it's not the.
Fort McMurray is like
This is not
actually
like,
pretty
you know,
popular,
my hair's on
like
fire,
to
this is
know
bad.
because of
He's okay.
like the oil
I agree with you.
industry
Like,
and
I think
like
that Light's
electrical
opening has
and
actually
stuff
kinda
like
worked
that.
out. Sulky went pool first. It didn't really help. It was not the type of cheese that he was looking to stop. And
It's literally one of those middle of butt
he's
fuck
like, just
nowhere
the fact that he's
places.
denying that
But I do
back
live
base
in the
for a
middle
bit
of
is really
butt
nice.
fuck
And look at this,
nowhere
Light's
place.
just saying, screw it, we're closing this. I'm not playing
Who's
the
Murray?
top right. I like it. Like this is a smart, good approach.
I don't know, but apparently he found
Yeah,
oil.
I actually think that right now Light looks more viable in this situation than any other one we could have asked for.
Yeah.
I think it's
The
Valkyrie
most
tech.
important resource in
You're
our
probably right.
entire
I would imagine you're right on
existence.
I
that.
saw an armory. I
Yeah,
believe there's an
you're
add-on.
right.
Yeah. So I assume. Now, we've had a lot of.
Is
bad
our
Valkyrie
technology
control
technically considered biotechnology
Remastered's
because we
been out
use
for a long time,
biofuel?
And I actually think the Valkyrie is one
Butt
of the
fuck nowhere
harder units
in
to
Inuit
move
name?
around.
It is. Yeah, it's tough.
No,
Like, it
it's
really-
spelt like this.
You know, some units are much clunkier than others, and it turns out the Valkyrie, you know, with airborne units, it's airborne's not the right word. For units that fly, it's pretty rough. But we see a lot of Valkyries get sniped.
That's
I do
right.
think there's a real advantage for mutas fighting Valkyries, but when you get enough of them, they're okay.
Light has the best Valkyrie control out of everyone. Just so people know, like what you
Oh, is
see
that
here.
right?
Yeah, he loses less Valks than everyone. He actually invented the 2-port Valkyrie into mech switch build. Like a year and a half or 2 years ago, that was really popular for a bit. You remember that one season we had barely any Zergs? It's because Light came up with an insane 2-port Valkyrie build that everyone copied, and it was right before the qualifiers, and it really screwed everything up. So
funny.
Yeah, that was one of the most insane little meta shifts. And then the build went away, like it wasn't used anymore. But Light is the best at controlling Valks, so I think he won't be losing those. Like Sulky's going to have to think of another plan here.
It seems to me like the Valkyrie, it's hard to like shoot and then turn around and get away. It has
You have
this
to like
almost
slide them.
stationary feature to it.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? Like it has.
Yes.
They stand there and go.
Like it actually reminds me a little bit of how arbiters move when you try to make them fire. If you miscontrol the arbiter,
Arbiter's
like
having
it
an
has to
attack
not
is so
stop and take its
bullshit.
foot off the gas pedal and wait for you know,
Wow, they
inertia
just
to
all
kick in
die.
or
They
whatever,
just
and it finally
all
actually stops
die.
moving and slows down.
Jesus. You
Yeah.
know what?
Okay, so that was
Valkyries-
Light might
Yeah,
actually
Valkyries
beat
actually, like,
Sulky.
freeze,
This is
basically, when
fucking
when they're shooting. That's why
scary.
you have to do the slide micro, where you make them slide backwards while they shoot, because they get locked into that position for so long and just won't take any other commands. It's not exactly like an animation cancel, but it's like, I don't know exactly what to call it, but
Good luck,
there's
Light. I
a
believe
way
in
that
you.
hit like patrol
Fuck
at
Light.
an angle
Sulky
away
for
from
the
what you want
win.
to
Go
attack, and then
Zerg.
slide backwards while shooting.
Fuck the
And
Terran.
if you can't do that consistently, you'll have a lot of them
Sulky
die.
just needs to hold on.
So he had a big lead here by taking the Mutalisk count down to 3, and I don't know if there's more Mutalisks being made. I didn't actually see. I know they clicked on the Mutalisk a second ago, but I didn't actually see.
Yeah,
if
I don't know if he
armor
wants
parade
to
or
make more
attack
mutas,
parade
or if
had
he's
been
just going
made
to
yet.
switch into lurkers.
I mean, Light looks pretty okay. It's always a little bit uncomfortable when Zerg's on a third base, but that's sort of how the matchup works. This is a map where the center of the map is pretty complicated. There's a
Zergs
lot
are the
of
good guys
high
in
ground and
canon,
low
right?
ground and
Yes,
paths
Levi.
and areas to go
Definitely.
through.
100%.
I don't know if it's obvious to the Zerg where exactly the Terran would move. I do want to point out that we already today had one player go into dumping a lot of gas into flying units for Terran, and only later on lost to lurkers on hold position. Because whenever you make that much gas or make that many gas costing units and spend it on that, the key unit, which is the vessel, always comes out later. Now, I was talking about hold position lurkers, but as I was saying it, I saw a hive started. So maybe that is not what is going to go down here. This could be a rush into a greater spire.
Talks chaotic good. True, I am.
Rush into Queens,
I've said that
but
before,
maybe a rush
Eggy.
into like Dark Swarm and Adrenal Glands as well.
I think that's like, I could see an Ultralisk play being okay here, but this is
Levi awful neutral. Damn, Eggy.
Light, the way he has planned this makes
Lawful
so much sense. The fact that he
neutral.
killed one of those geysers, so now lurkers and ultras can't
I
attack
mean,
him from the other side, but he can move out with
Valium is
And
chaotic
he's gone
neutral.
into kind of like marine.
Damn, you're calling these.
Go with these Valkyries. He
I
had plenty
mean,
of bunkers, so
you're
he
not
could be attacked.
wrong.
So he's actually got like this really reasonable force right now. He's forced Sulky off of the mutas. He hasn't really taken damage from that, and he's gonna get this into like a regular macro game, I think. Like, I don't think he's gonna be able to push Sulky down with these
Muffin
like, 2 tanks in
neutral
this
good.
bio, because you know Sulky's just good at stalling
True.
this type of thing out. But I gotta tell you, it's like the
Oh my
best
God,
planning.
perfect control
Alan
from Light.
actually seems pretty
Look at
fair
how good
for
this
me.
push looks.
The unironic
This is insane. He's
anarchist.
taking no damage. He's going to try to come in here. Again, no damage. Like, perfect spot-on control. Actually takes out one Valkyrie, which is, I think, probably, again, the best of bad things that could happen, right? Now, Adrenal Glands is being upgraded. We know Consume has to be being upgraded because that's the first upgrade you get the second that the Hive finishes. Light, I don't know. I'm seeing him push. He looks scary. I got to say, we've seen Sulky win so many fights that look like this, but it's a narrow area. It's very hard to get a surround. Terran, as long as they don't overcommit, can always try to slide back a little bit. The Valkyries are now hitting the Overlords. We don't have anything to fight this other than one Hydralisk.
Dude, Light is controlling
And again,
so
it's all
well.
about
Why was that chime why did that feel like that chime was cut
He'll
off?
definitely get the
He's
Dark
going to kill
Storm
the
done.
Overlords. He's going to supply block him.
Yeah, that is very
Oh, he's
nice.
playing
So that means no more
PVZ.
lurkers. Remember, it does cost one extra supply to morph the lurker, but Dark Swarm's done. And once Dark Swarm's done, you're in a completely new level of the game. It's a whole
Ooh, a
other
drop.
chapter. The genie's out of the bottle. You can no longer rely on a push to win if the Zerg is at all capable of using a Defiler.
Plants
You now have to go
versus
into a very
zombies.
different game.
True.
So one thing I want to mention here, that was a
Oh,
good catch.
damn.
One thing I want to mention here is I just saw the machine shops spinning. So either he's getting siege mode now, just to utilize those 3 tanks better. There's a possibility he goes into mines. That would feel really weird right here, but maybe he feels like he's far enough ahead that Sulky has to attack him. But that's just kind of like an interesting thing I just caught right there. And Light gonna expand again. So like this game, I mean, this is a this is
the
a
mutas.
very
He doesn't
weird
really
looking
need
game.
them,
This is
though.
not like a
But they're nice to
normal
have.
Hive versus Terran position. We got here in a funny way. There's funny amounts of units, and yeah. Oh, he's floating Z-Bay. This is a mech switch.
He's got fire bats.
This is gonna be a fun map to have a mech switch on.
Yes.
I never thought we'd have a game that looked like this on this map.
This kind of makes sense when you think about it, Tastosis.
Yeah.
Death Valley.
Sulky is so good at Defiler play, you're never going to break him with SK Terran, especially with such late vessels due to the Valkyrie opener. So going into mech, I think that this is, Light's plans here are really second to none.
One of the core things you have to focus on as Terran when you're in this game where you're switching to mech is you keep contains set up with your infantry, and you don't overextend with infantry ever. You play a very conservative game. You know, infantry can basically play keep away forever. Most Terran versus Zergs, when you watch them, they're trying to dive in, they're trying to push, they're trying to wait for the lurkers and sunken colonies to die out so they can stim and run in and wipe the base out. Once you see a mech switch, you basically want to just kind of stay back. And as good as Marines are at like sustaining damage, if they have medics, I mean, and taking certain fights, playing keep away, they're maybe the best at in the whole game against Zerg. Zerg runs in, you stim, you run back, and you let them throw down a Dark Swarm. You don't care. And that's all. The whole reason why you want to do that at this phase of the game is so that you can get as much mech as possible. Oh my God, he lost all 3 vessels.
Yeah, so as you say that,
That's
he loses all of his
bad.
bio and all of his vessels. Nice.
Yeah, well.
That's bad.
That's unfortunate, but you're definitely right. You need that to slow everything down so you have time to hit your mech switch. Nice play goes down onto those siege tanks. By the way, Sulky expanding to the top is very smart. Since Light already killed one of those geysers, he can't get his mech to the other side of the map without dropships. None of the mech fits through there. So Sulky can just take that base, and it's free.
So he's going to have a free 4th base. But there really isn't anything in that top right area, right?
Yeah, very little up there.
Yeah, there's not a lot to work with. It's a 1 geyser base as well, we should note.
He has a little bit of his bio left, so he unloads enough Marines that he should be able to deal some damage there for sure.
Ooh, he's going to try and run
some
past.
vultures rotating around. And, oh, we just saw the queens popping. So this is why mech isn't used very often in the matchup, is because queens just dismantle it. They're just so cost efficient against tanks. You know, broodlinging tanks is not something you can stand up to long-term as Terran. And the ways to deal with that are not many. We saw something that JYJ tried against Sulky where he went turret Goliath tank, no vultures, and that was kind of a cool idea. I've seen Speed try to go EMP against the queens. That was a cool idea. I've seen players sometimes try to utilize Valkyries, like a big group of Valkyries to zone out the queens. I think that's a good idea. Right, there's ideas for how to try to counteract the strength of queens in this matchup, but nothing's really consistent. Other than that, it's like hit a timing attack, you know, before the queens have energy. But like none of
the first time we've seen queens in a long time.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, if Zergs didn't have this, they would not have a lot of recourse.
Queen sitting in his chair like, those are my units!
It's why this has never
been he tried to kill the Defiler.
Mainstay, mainline opening that you see in this matchup. It's been this kind of funny, frustrating to play against, frankly, approach to the game that Terran has where they kind of drag it out. And this is where we're really going to see it kick in, because Terran's taking all the other bases on the map. There's just 2 more here in the bottom. And then there's, you know, 1 for Terran that I think Terran's not going to get, which is the one right outside of his main. And we'll see if Zerg gets the one right outside of their main. But, you know, we're getting into a game where pretty much every location is being taken. And, you know, it's very hard to say who's going to win this. I think Tastosis has got a very good point that the queens, it's kind of hard to stop. And when you see mech play, the more tanks that die over time, the better it is for the Zerg in the long run. A lot of times you're just trying to like kill as many tanks as possible, and eventually they just don't have that much gas left for tanks, and you can kind of win in other ways. And the queens really let you do that.
Strangle them out.
I think a solution a lot of times is to try to get your own science vessels and irradiate the queens, but the queens are able to almost always just entirely avoid the science vessels.
Queens are super fast.
Kamikaze through irradiate and just shoot the broodwing out then and leave. I'm sorry, how much does a queen cost? Is it 125, 125?
No, it's 150, 100, I believe.
150, 100. Okay.
Or it might, I feel like I've said that before, and people are like, no, it's 100, 100. But it's something like that. It's like, it costs around the same amount as a siege tank. And yeah, the thing is, irradiate doesn't kill anything quickly. So like, you can't, you won't stop the broodling attack.
And you're actually kind of fine if you can trade out one queen for a tank. So even if you get irradiated, you're like, whatever, you shoot down the Broodling, shoot out the Broodling, and you're done, right?
Dude, he should just sit under the Darkstorm. Nothing here hits him. Just sit under the Darkstorm and target stuff.
So funny.
It works for the Vultures as well. Yeah, there's a lot of queens already, 8 of them here. I think he got EMP.
Oh, that's the play. I forgot about that. That's right, you could EMP them.
Let's see if he actually can do this. The vessels are right near here, so let's see. Oh, no, he's just irradiating.
Oh, he does not have it.
And you'll notice that the irradiate does not stop all the tanks from dying at all. It's like, well, at least I got 3
it's
of
like
your
an
queens.
afterthought. Yeah, I think EMP is actually the answer. It's funny because, like, I deal with EMP every day. Like, it's so common to see as a Protoss player, but you can forget that it's available in this matchup.
Yeah,
I know Nada made EMP very famous because he would do it to Defilers, but I think versus Queens, that's literally the answer.
Yeah, the problem with EMP against Zerg is just that the Defilers just eat some more Zerglings and then cast a spell anyways, so you just don't see it often. But I have seen Queen try it against this, and it hasn't been super successful, but, like, I think it's the most likely idea to end up working. Ooh.
Oh, I like the mines there. Very nice. So Zerg has taken the 5th base now. The one just outside of his natural. And Terran doesn't have that infantry. You know, we were talking about this earlier, and it was a while ago, but he doesn't have anything to really kind of hold this off. The mech count's not overwhelming. When Terran plays this withdrawn mech, you know, tank vulture turret style, you can't really push the Zerg. You're kind of just trying to hold off on your side of the map, and it's especially dangerous on games where you can get half the map, because a lot of times Zerg gets one half, then it gets drawn out, and Terran gets the other half, and Zerg will mine out, and Terran just kind of runs the clock. This is a very funnily shaped map, so I'm not exactly sure how this is going to math out here long term.
No, it's very hard to say. Like, I think at the end of the day,
I have so much shit to do at work, but I'm just chilling on the stream again.
He has good upgrades going and everything. It just comes down to,
True,
can you stop the
Eggy,
queens
thank
from
you,
gaining
thank
value at the
you.
time?
That's what I do at work. I just sit on my phone.
If you just clear the tanks out of an area, the Hydras
till I
beat
get a
everything
customer.
else. So it's kind of the only thing you really have to look for.
Watching Asmongold.
And look at this. He's going to come down. He's cleared a lot of tanks in this area. He's going to be able to kill off these SCVs. Maybe the command center. Yeah, kind of microing down, and maybe he'll target that. Maybe he won't. But the queens really are the big problem.
He could actually steal a command center.
Oh, yeah. No, that's actually
a styling moment.
That's an underused move.
I'm surprised
honestly,
you're allowed.
like,
I
a lot
thought
of
one
times
was too strict.
get really low.
Oh, I'm not allowed, but I do anyways.
It's a pretty quick move.
100%.
And then he can use Infested Terran's Tasteless, and that would really be something, wouldn't it?
That would be the hypest thing. That would be the hypest thing ever. How much damage do they do? It's like 500 or something?
500.
But they're only single target.
They get killed almost immediately. Yeah, but I mean, if you could get that into like a worker line, I don't know. If we see Infested Terrans, have we ever cast a game with Infested Terrans? I don't know.
I'm sure that we must have seen it before with the amount of games we've casted. Like,
Queens
I think their best
dumb.
use is to kill depot clumps.
Yeah, because like super scared.
Yeah, they hit the depots, and then 1 second later, the depots all burn down. But it's
But then you'd have to be in a
it.
game where they would basically, you have an Zerg's infested Terran, or the infested command center, and then you're blowing up another Terran's base. So that would have to be a 2v2.
Yeah, maybe. So Sulky, it feels like he's making progress, and you can see that reflected in the supply. He has a lot more
Valiant
supply.
boy, how's it going?
But the supply numbers in this matchup for Zerg aren't quite like, you can have a lot of Hydras, and if Terran has like 20 siege tanks, they will all die. Which is again why
tanks
the
are like
Queens
Storm.
are so important. So like, even though it looks like Sulky might be about to win this, if Light can kind of stabilize, if he can stop, you know, his siege tanks from dying, the Hydras will not end the game.
Okay, he's going to try to push in now. The tanks are going to have to shift back over here. Go to the
Here
low
come the
ground.
Queens.
Another small Hydra attack coming up here to try to hit these turrets. You could get sandwiched between here. I don't know if you're actually safe sieging up. One Dark Swarm, and these Hydras and Lurkers are going to be completely fine. The Goliaths try to run in. if the lurkers get underground, they cannot be damaged from the siege tanks or anything else.
And, you know, he takes it reasonably well, as far as you can with a fight like that. And look at this, a big drop, actually, on the other side of the map. I really like this idea to try to eliminate this base.
Have you ever seen big drops with mech on this? I don't think I have.
So,
I mean, you've definitely played more TVZs.
Actually, you know, another player in this group, Scan, a good friend of mine, actually told me about this a few years ago, where people were testing mass dropship with mech against Zerg as a way to run around and actually kill bases. But haven't really seen it in play. But I
Look how
was
much
aware
damage
that this
Hydras
idea
do.
existed.
It's fucking insane.
Again, it's answered in the same fashion.
Yeah.
Just send the queens out, broodling, run back. They don't really care where the tanks came from. As long as they can find them and they're sieged up, you cannot stop them from being broodling.
Yeah, the value in
Yo,
their
how
is so
are
insane.
many? Yo.
There it is, GG. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
That's why you don't see mech often, guys. Like, it's just...
You are
it's a
how
problem,
many
and no one
years
has been able to
old?
deal with it yet. There are ideas, maybe eventually, in another 10 years, we're going to have it. Yeah, maybe.
I think you need to have EMP ready. You got to be scanning like it's a TVT, just looking for where the queens
Yeah.
are.
Valium, you
That's
gonna
how-
respond
like
to
the dropship.
Valium?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just fly in and EMP that and run right back out.
No, I
True,
think,
baby
no,
mama.
it's well.
We need a tote.
I told you about Speed's idea of it, but yes, that could be, and I think you're right. That's how it would have to play out. You have to play like a really slow game and be really on top of that. But Sulky, of course, advances in first place. Light had good plans, but not enough to take down the King of Zergs.
Protoss, Terran. Guys, we're going to go to the interview now. Let's see. No, we're not. I lied.
Yeah, well, we're going to watch
Remember
those
this
first
part?
buildings.
So we were waiting for the vessels to come here and get the EMP. The irradiates came down. And, you know, I don't want to knock on Light because it's very easy for me to sound like a strategy forum snob and be like, well, I can't believe he didn't do this. But when there's this much intense stuff going on and the game's gotten this crazy, and I don't think this was ever his plan, was to go into mech exhaust play versus Zerg. Yeah, when you saw those irradiates go down, you know, oh, he's not ready.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be
He was
a
not
rough
ready for the
couple of
Queens.
minutes where Zerg's going to gain a lot of ground.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. If he was in a more turtled position, that would have been a lot harder for Sulky to do. But, like, if they catch you moving forward, it's a rout.
done skis.
It is a rout at that point. You know what I think, Tastosis? You should be able to EMP Dark Swarm and make it, like, disappear.
Oh, I would love to have it.
I think
Just
that would make the
something
game
to
just...
make it stop.
Yeah.
Couldn't you? Oh, we got to
Interview.
go. There's an interview now.
You're watching Group A of the round of 16 of ASL 19, done in partnership with Ro16. Let's talk to our first player advancing through to the round of 8 today. It's defending champion Sulky. Congratulations. Thank you. A perfect first step on the path towards 4 championship runs in a row. You're the first player to advance to the round of 8 out of this group you built with your own hands. How are you feeling? I'm not satisfied with my performance today, but I'm happy to advance regardless. Not happy with your performance, you say? You said the same to me before this interview. This is rather out of the ordinary. In any case, you must have had a lot going through your mind in the winners match against Light. In the first set, you got a quick win with an overpull. In the second set, he went for a forward 8 racks, which you didn't have a bad build to counter. I felt you would have seen that loss as regrettable. I had a feeling Light would play something odd today, so I prepared to play safe. In that second set, I confused the build with BBS. I should have trusted in my initial judgment, but I didn't. That was a regrettable error in judgment. Going into that final set with a 1-1 score would have made
At least
you
we got
nervous,
to see Queens.
surely. The early game wasn't very good for you. Light went for a factory expand into Valkyries. You had to buy time. It was a situation you had to survive until Defilers. Just looking at how you survived, it looked extremely difficult. It wasn't easy. On Death Valley, that was a build recommended to me by Calm. As soon as it ended, I thought about it and realized I would have won even without it. But you know, with my macro, if I get to Defilers, I can win, I thought. Surviving until the Defilers were out, the macro that you showed afterwards.
Who are you,
The
Valiant
words that
boy?
came out were, wow, it's truly the Iron Wall. How precise. Sniping
You are
vessels
you?
with Scourge,
Oh, I would have never
perfection
known,
shown in
Valiant boy.
various aspects of how you handled that game. I realize that 4 championship runs in a row isn't outside the realm of possibility. What do
You
you
have
think?
to guess, Valiant boy.
Anytime we enter a tournament season, I improve my performance. I was careless for a while, but now my condition has improved. Please look forward to it. My form has improved, Sulky says with confidence. From the other player's perspective, this must surely feel like they're in hot water. I trust a lot of colleagues helped you deliver this great performance today.
True.
First of all, thanks to Flash, Speed,
At least you
and
have someone to
Sharp
talk to
for
over
helping
there,
me
Valiant
practice.
boy, you
I'm
know,
always thankful
as well
to Terra,
as
who is
other
cheering
things.
for me from home. Next time you go
Sorry
on a
to
field
hear
trip,
about
please
that,
take
though,
me with you.
you know.
I want to go as well.
I am sober MF.
An earnest request from Sulky as he grabs the mic with
Well,
both
you're a
hands,
strong
just as all the
nut
fans
to
are cheering
crack
for him
there,
with
Valiant
both hands
boy.
too.
Stay strong,
Do you have
my
any words for
friend.
them?
I believe in
I'll
you.
have a good showing in the round of 8 as well. And I'll set my sights on the championship this season too.
Hell yeah, Sulky,
Looking
let's
forward
do
to seeing
it.
you go from strength to strength. Once more, congratulations on advancing. Thank you. And there you have today's first player advancing through in Sulky. Let's
I
take a
don't
look at the
believe you were
special
high.
events we have prepared for you. First of all, we have an offline event for those watching live at the studio. Upload a
Not yet.
photo or a video of yourself from the studio to social media and then post that as a comment under the event post.
Get high,
10 people will
motherfucker.
receive power banks, and we also have 1 ASL uniform to give away. Please participate. We also have a winners prediction event on the Soup Esports website taking place all throughout this round of 16. 4 people will be receiving prizes there. We look forward to having you participate in that as well.
Send me money, I'll send you weed.
We'll take a
True.
short break and come back
Fuck
with the losers
you,
and
Valiant
decider
boy.
matches. See you in a few.
Welcome back, everybody. Terran.
Yeah.
That's right.
TVT Scan versus
It's all gonna be TVT
Barrett.
from here on out.
Truly the
Barracks
best
for
group.
Scan coming up.
Truly the best
Go
group.
take my pills and I will send
okay,
a
so
work.
This is probably
Good
something
thing,
a lot of
Valiant
people
boy.
don't
Sounds
know.
good.
Barracks is
Take
kind
care
of
about it.
Scan's nemesis.
62,
Scan's
damn, your power
first
level is
ASL,
increasing day
that
by
he
day,
got into
Valiant
was
boy. It's
several
scary.
years ago, and there was a long dry period before he started making it in again. And it was something like, I'm not kidding, maybe 3 ASLs in a row. Barracks was the player who eliminated him in the qualifiers.
Ooh.
So he's actually had a really hard time against Barracks historically there. But
Come on,
has
Scan,
really
I
leveled
believe.
up. We're going to go to Polestar, then Eclipse, then Dominator. Barracks is in good shape, so I think it's a tough one for Scan, but I'm excited to see if he can do it.
Yeah, let's find out, guys. That TVT is going to be starting up right now. The loser is out of the ASL once his best of 3 is done.
And then the winner has to fight Light for the final match. But these are going to be long-ass games because it's TVT, guys.
All right.
Look at his
So
hands
we've
on the
got Barracks here in
keyboard.
the
Like,
top left, Scan on the bottom right. Cross spawns here to start this TVT off.
I'm excited to just see what the opening builds are going to be for these two, because that can mean so much in Terran vs. Terran. there's like a lot of little rock, paper, scissors that happen with openers in TBT.
1A2A3A
sometimes you can get lucky or unlucky at the beginning. And more often than not, you know, it just comes down to who's playing well, but it absolutely can come down to like, oh, you went factory expand, you went cross spawn command center first. It's a similar feeling to cross spawn Nexus first, where you're like, well, damn, you're just really ahead of me. Like, you just have a lot more than I have. Oh, that's tough. So, you know, something like that could occur. I'm kind of just hoping that they both do a very similar opening build so we can really see how it'll play out, because Polestar is a great big macro map.
Good reactions there from the sign guy. Held it up high and went, wait, we're not on camera. I'm bringing it back. So on this map, it's got this cross shape in the center. The cross part of it is the high ground. We do have moments where that becomes extremely important. Extremely important in TVT. Being able to cut off mobility from your opponent from high ground into low ground is extremely helpful.
Both forward barracks.
We'll see if that plays a big factor
Except
here.
he put his on the high ground.
Scan is going to go for a forward barracks here on the low ground. Nothing really too aggressive, but he can get a Marine out and scout with his barracks a little bit faster.
And they're both going for gas. So that is pretty mirrored builds. Scans is designed a little bit more to put pressure on if barracks was going for like a command center first or a gasless expansion. That's not occurring, so he will have like a tiny advantage in being able to float it directly across the map just a little bit quicker. And you can actually see, that's funny. Barracks scouted the center for a proxy racks. Now, well, it's okay, because you see where Scan built that. A lot of times, you'll send the SCV to the center to build it on 11 as well, because it puts better pressure on, and Scan skipped that. He actually might just know that barracks checks center for that. Because if you catch someone making a barracks in the center with your SCV and you kill it before the barracks finishes, it's a free win.
Yep.
Like, it's one of the worst ways to lose ever. It's like, you know, each of the matchups, there's a couple very unique things that can happen if one player does something unusual and the other player happens to scout or do something else in a very unusual way. And that can be one.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You're doing a 4-pool. Okay, well, I'm just gonna guard my base.
So Scan is super optimized here. He's going for the quickest command center he can get with this build. He scouted with the barracks SCV, so that's like kind of a late scout. And then also he took all his SCVs off gas for a bit. So he's going to get his command center down very nicely. And, you know, the thing is, barracks is going to expand too. It'll be a similar time. But yeah, this is really, really even opening builds, which is exactly what I wanted to see.
Yeah, nobody with any kind of obvious lead here. Barracks is going to be able to get his SCV around again and dive back in for another scout. That's definitely an annoying moment here for Scan. So the SCV is going to come in. He's looking for, is there a starport or anything else? I guess seeing the command center down there, you already know he can't quite afford that yet. And now both players are going to be sending their barracks across the map to do some more scouting. So this should be a pretty quiet game to start things off.
Yeah. Add-on for barracks first, and that's definitely something you want to keep track of. I think Scan will go add-on now, most likely. Oh, he's making the third vulture. So he probably here will go for 3 factory. It's been very trendy to make 4 vultures before your add-on when you're going 3 factory vulture right now. It's very, very robust. Like it takes away a lot of the weird, cheesy timings that people would do. Yeah, and there goes the add-on. So I guess he did it after, I believe, 3 vultures this time. But no, it's just both of them playing pretty standard, honestly. Like, this is, nothing's blowing my mind where it's like, oh, this is a different build. Oh, well, one thing from barracks, he's only got 2 factories, and he's getting an upgrade. I actually really prefer this in cross-spawn. Yeah, he's getting armory, so that's going to be mines likely, but it could be speed. If you're in cross spawn, you can kind of get away with 2 factory against 3 factory for a little bit. If Scan spams vultures here, doesn't miss a beat and goes speed, there is a possibility he can get good damage.
Oh. Yeah, we're going to see. Mines are being planted now. which, funnily enough, ends up working out nicely
He's got the
here for
vulture
Barracks.
lead.
Vultures can moving shot just like Wraiths and Mutalisks. It's a very unique feature about this ground unit. So when you start to win a fight,
You can
just
snowball
like a
the
ZVZ,
fuck
a lot of
out
times
of it.
ZVZ, it comes down to the Mutalisk engagement, because if they both decide to fight and somebody loses, they can't really escape. That is sort of true here, but nowhere near as profoundly true. Also, this isn't the linchpin unit of the whole matchup, obviously, but you want to be careful, because when you engage with Vultures, if you start to lose, especially if they get speed, even if you're trying to move out, they can pretty much moving shot everything down.
Yes. You can get mega punished if you're out of position. Barracks did get supply block there for a little bit longer than you really want to see at the pro level, and he's going up into the 4 factories. So he'll probably go 4 factory Vulture here to try to counteract the amount of Vultures his opponents are making. Like, I love the build that Barracks is doing. This is basically what I do in every single TVT. It's a really robust, kind of safe way.
I did the ChatGPT pet image
just
thing.
pure Vulture spam, and you can also counter.
What's that,
Wraith,
Eggy?
It's very, very flexible. But Scan knows very well how to play against
I just
this.
keep
He's
getting
actually
this one on
adding
Grok.
at least one more factor
I wonder if
now,
it'll
maybe
pop up.
2. I can't really quite tell by the mini-map. So he'll have map control with his
Why does it
vultures,
say draw
and
me?
what he'll need to do is try to get tanks across the map. If he
You
can
tell it
get
to
any
turn a
tanks
pic
across
of
the
your
map while his
pet
mines
into a
are still up,
human.
it becomes incredibly hard for Barracks.
It's extremely freaky. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that Vulture arms race is going to continue on.
I've never
the
clicked
mines
this
on the
before.
high ground here. TVT with mines, it's funny. You want to really like chunk them out. You want to have a lot of them placed down here. Can Barracks actually take
It
this?
was very accurate.
Slightly more.
You know, A move versus shift clicking is huge here. And he gets that, that beautiful wraparound we saw earlier. And here's that punish I was talking about, where you can try to run.
That would be me if I was in an anime.
Really hide versus these vultures. So Barracks lashing back out. To what I was talking about a second ago, yeah, if you get enough of those mines on the high ground, especially, with
That's
a chance to
actually
niche,
pretty
and the
legit.
fact
I'll
that
keep
Terran
this
units
one.
don't actually attack that quickly. It can be pretty scary.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, that one
So,
moment. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that one moment where he actually took a good.
The
Vulture
pink
fight was really
shirt works
important
just perfectly
because
too.
of
It's
those
just,
high
it's
ground
just
mines.
great. That's amazing.
The person who opened 3 factory Vultures is more likely to have map control, and it's really hard to push up into those mines because of the missed shot.
Is it weird that I
Even
want
if
to
you have
smash
scan,
myself?
It's really slow to get up there and clear when your opponent has Vultures fighting from high ground too. And that's actually one of the big weaknesses of this specific build that Barracks is doing. So the fact that he took a little good engage there and got a little Vulture lead was really important for him in this game.
Barracks is beginning to come out here again. And
It's gang wars. Guys on bikes fighting guys on bikes.
This is going to be one of
That's
these
what we need,
games
like
where
a
it might
Fast
not
and the
be an overarching
Furious, but
strategy
it's
that we gotta
like
talk about, but just better trades
it's
over
like
time.
it's
Like
like
Barracks
bikes,
seems to
not
just
cars.
barely have enough. Maybe not. Actually, he backs off at the last second. We got to see how much he can have with reinforcements here. There's a third base being made, by the way. So 6 o'clock, not 6 o'clock. I'm sorry, just adjacent to 6 o'clock, I guess you could say.
You know, it'd be a
He's being
really
taken
good
again,
Fast
but
and the
it does
Furious.
seem like Barracks is very
Replace
much
the
so intent on
cars with
continuing to
trains.
push out on the map. Scan's going to come back out here with what looks like
That's
maybe
Mad
more
Max 1 and
vultures.
2.
The one Goliath
True,
fight pretty
Eggy.
handy for the extra damage dealing.
Yeah, especially if you start attacking them because they take such little damage against those Vultures. So you want to kind of focus your opponent's Volts. That's almost always the case. In Vulture versus Vulture, you just want to make sure your Vultures are attacking Vultures.
Yeah, so it's one of the rare moments you have a Goliath made that's not to shoot down an air unit.
Yep.
Pretty much every other time in the game, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, this thing can attack ground, but really it's about the air. The Goliaths here are just a little bit tankier, so you can kind of advance a little bit further here. Scan, though, so far, pretty good targeting. The Goliaths here in the back, not doing that much to help, but maybe enough to push Scan away a little bit further until he gets the rest of his Vultures.
The big problem we're seeing from Scan is he hasn't started his third. Okay, he just started it, but Barracks is about to finish. Like, yeah, in fact, it just finished. I can see the comsat started. So right now, Barracks is probably going to take a little advantage, but this is a good engage. That was awesome. He mine dragged.
That was
He knew there was a mine there. He walked his Goliath over, pulled the mine in. It killed like 4 Vultures of Scan. Really well done. Channeling his inner zealot.
Yeah, it can be, easy to forget when you're watching fights this big because Vultures never set off mines, but Goliaths can. So that
And
was a
all
huge strike
mines
that
do
he had
AoE
there.
damage to everyone.
Scan playing a little bit from behind right now. Is about
Mines
halfway done
are
to get
the
his,
most
command center
dangerous
up here.
unit
What is
against
that?
Terran.
Barracks landed over at the
They're like
other
one of
third
the
base?
only units
Oh,
that
not
like
landed, but
can.
over there.
Actually, I think
Yeah,
they
I
are
think
the
so.
only
I think
unit that
that's
can
just
destroy
Barracks
your own
floating around.
units.
I
I don't think any other
Scan
AoEs
still
can
has
hurt
a
your
little
own
bit of
unit.
map control overall, I'd say. Like we see
Terran
way more
just gets
blue mines on the
fucked in
map.
every way.
And yeah, his third base is a little bit later, so that's very good for Barracks. But I really wonder which way they each want to bring this game, because I saw a very quick science facility for Barracks. I think that's great. For Scan, he is adding some more factories, so I think he's gone up to 7 factory very, very quickly, which is what you want on 3 base. But are we going to see these players focus on getting a 4th or continue to battle for map control?
Scan comes down here and he is
Yeah,
sorry, I should say
TVT is all
Scan comes
about
down here from
basically
Barracks. He
splitting
takes
the
out some of
map
those
and getting
mines.
battle cruisers.
We're finally getting tanks incorporated here.
So we'll
Especially on
see.
big
We'll
and
see
open
how
maps like
far
this,
they
it's hard to
go
get the
with
tanks too
the
soon.
tank wall.
The vultures have
Yeah,
speed,
vultures
sheer
are
numbers,
like
very handy.
Tanks without
He's coming
vultures
through here and
suck.
clearing out a little
Welcome
bit at
back,
the bottom.
Valiant Boy.
The Barracks is going to come down here and meet him and just chase him a little bit away. This
So
high ground,
Valiant
low
Boy, you
ground
want to
area
do
that
some
we mentioned
research for me and
earlier
figure out
on
how to
in
fix
this,
that
game,
chime?
this is where it starts to play a huge
I
role.
will love you
The
forever.
vultures and tanks can't really attack up from low ground onto high ground because of the chance to miss.
Yeah, like it's really the high ground advantage. Like the slower the units shoot and stuff like that it makes such a huge difference. And to try to fight low ground versus high ground, you have to have really overwhelming numbers in TVT.
Out of gas
Like you better
soon?
have a lot of siege tanks in there that you siege up or something.
And no money.
Now,
Well, stop giving me your money and you'd have money, Valiant Boy. Jesus.
Because, like, Barracks is just multitasking
That's
really
fucked
quickly
up.
now. He's not focusing on being sneaky. He's just like, do all these things and outplay Scan in that way.
It's
and he
true.
is a little bit quicker player than Scan, generally. So I like the approach. He's moving through the center while this drop goes off, but Scan is bringing his army down to meet it.
Oh,
If you
man,
can't
Barracks has
afford
got his
weed,
vultures
you
over there
shouldn't be
killing those
giving me
SCVs.
money.
A fight's going to come
It
down
got
over
stopped
here, but
stealing
it looks
his
like
money.
Barracks might be
He's
able to win
gonna
them.
starve.
In fact, Scan's tanks
I
are
know,
separated,
Levi, but
I'm sorry.
I said he can give me in increments of 5 cents. He just never stops.
More damage to that.
And he's
But
giving me
instead
like
he's gonna pull back around here
$8
to the bottom.
in like
I
5
love the fact that he
cents.
picked up that one vulture and then dropped it back down when nobody was looking to
Really
get a few more
smart.
SCV kills. Yeah.
That's what speed will do for you, and he's getting faster, man. Like he's actually the
Yeah,
fastest pro
15
Terran in the world right
easily.
now. In fact, the fastest pro in ASL, I believe. But like he is blazing right now, just all over the place. Scan is getting into positions and blocking himself from dying here.
I'm thinking about.
But you can see he lost a lot of SCVs and a lot
Going
of
to a
vultures.
strip
He's
club
way
with a
down in
bag full
supply.
of dimes.
But it's not the end of the world yet. TVT is a funny matchup where you can actually
True,
get pretty far
Levi.
behind
And it's not
still make it
1910.
really hard to kill you and kind of catch up. You know, like when someone gets an advantage,
you deserve it, bro.
what do you do with that
Well,
advantage?
I think you deserve it more,
When you get
Valiant
ahead,
Boy,
you get
but you
further
know,
ahead,
do what
try
you
to
want
go
with
kill
your money.
opponent.
It's your
You
money.
can't really kill him in TVT most of the time. So you can oftentimes take your opponent being ahead of you and
I mean, I'm not
make
going to turn it
closer just by
down.
macroing up. Where it's like, okay, yeah, he is ahead, but anything can happen. We both have giant armies.
OMG,
you know, it's
Levi
hard to
drunk
attack.
too much William
So
Peel.
I would still say Scan has a chance here, even though Barracks is clearly winning at the
You're
moment.
so mean, Valiant Boy.
You want to be careful in TVT because there are moments you definitely cannot force things. I mean, if you try to just force something to happen, a lot of times that's how you lose.
Yes. There's really nothing.
drinks
like
good
I
whiskey.
said, nothing more stressful for a Terran player than trying to break a tank.
Well, I'm sure he does. He's a sophisticated man.
Because it's just like it will go
Unlike
wrong
me.
a lot of the time.
You're sitting here drinking my chocolate milk like a little
big
child.
vulture counterattack to this third base. And yeah, Scan, like he doesn't really have any units in front of it. His army is just like a little bit smaller right now, so he's been having a hard time blocking this. But he does have his 4th command center up and mining here as well. The thing is, Barracks also does. Barracks is taking a 5th base. Barracks holds more of the center, and he's just starting to close in
I
on
go
Scan a
roll
little
one.
bit.
Hell yeah, Valium. I'll smoke to that. And I don't have very much
Man,
bud
the
left
Barracks-
either. I gotta go
sorry,
buy
Barracks'
some after
tanks
work
are
tomorrow.
coming up now. And they're going to have Dominion over this high ground area, and this is really bad for
So
Scan.
I'm good. It's a good thing
It's
I
very
work
hard for
early,
Scan
so
to get out
I
and
can
stretch his
actually
legs
like get
anywhere
weed
over
after
here.
work.
Now, Scan is even on
Because there's a
bases,
weed
by the
shop
way.
like right
Actually, I take
next
that
to
back. This base
Walmart.
is about to have a new set of SCVs, but Scan was even on bases a while back there. But I think both of his command centers, the one close to 12 and the one directly
If
at 9
only
o'clock,
Walmart
are
sold
pretty
weed.
vulnerable. Scan's going to be pressured to try to
That'd
take
be
out
great.
this contain, which Barracks is now
Then I
going
get,
right
like,
up
the
to the
employee
edge of the high
discount
ground,
on
trying
my
to
weed.
maximize the advantage that he's got over there.
That's why I wanted to work at the weed
in the
store.
meanwhile, you could
But I
probably
don't know anything
shoot
about weed,
vultures
and
out
I'm
in
not a
either
good
direction to try
salesman.
to kill SCVs off at this other base.
You know, when you're behind
In
and
an
you've made a few
ANCAP
rates,
society,
like,
they just might.
This is not how you wanted to go down. Like, he's relying on those rates to do quite a bit right now. And I think that they're going to be overtaxed, and obviously that eats into his, like, siege tank account. Another attack comes in. Okay, he has cloak for the rates, so maybe he can do something with those now. But, like, he needs to clear everything off of his back. Like, all these tanks on the high ground, that is such a controlling position. You need to get him back closer to the center of the map so that you have room to maneuver his Scan.
You're back
More
to late
damage
destruction
coming
time.
down from
True,
those
Valiant boy,
huge
true.
loaded tanks. His Scan's going to bleed off quite a bit. Barracks is nearly maxed out. I mean, these wraiths are being handy. He's slowly chewing away at this line of tanks that's been oppressing him the whole time. But as the
True
Goliaths
Valiant
come up
value.
here, a couple of stray shots can pick off a few wraiths if he's not fast enough. Barracks has reached all the way into the bottom left side of the map, and we've got a huge set of drops coming out, presumably tanks,
True
vultures, and
Valiant
Goliaths
baby
in
man.
there. That could be targeted to the main. It could be targeted to the base adjacent to it. This one right here. He might have actually scanned
Mama.
it. It almost seems like he's trying to come in here to intercept
He
this.
sees it for sure. That must have flown over something, or maybe he
Not
did hit
him.
a scan. He has some wraiths here. Where's the rest of his wraiths, actually? Oh,
I don't
that's
know,
too
but
bad. If
this
all
is
of his
all gonna
wraiths
get
are
to
up there,
unload.
that would have been... Dude,
Maybe
he
a
would have
bad
crushed.
hotkey.
Yeah, maybe.
That's too bad he only has position. You can actually
It's
shell
a
the base. That's
weird,
insane.
dude, I swear.
And now he's going to try to come through here and hit this other spot.
So you're saying you got a man
Like,
pregnant,
truly.
Valiant boy.
GG.
Like an expert at the art of war here, just kind of creating tension in one place so that it's loosened up somewhere else. Pretty strong from A to Z TVT there.
You know,
How do you get
I was told
a man
these
pregnant?
stories when I lived with a pro team a long time ago about how they oftentimes...
That's some
they
dedication,
prefer
bro.
to recruit for the speed of the player rather than the intelligence of the player, because you can't teach the speed,
You
you
laughed,
can
but he
teach the
popped
intelligence.
on
And
a
I always
Sentia
thought that was
stream
kind of silly.
and
I
saying
always
weird
liked
thing
StarCraft more as a
instead of
strategy
saying,
game than a
hey,
real-time
hello,
game.
I'm...
But watching Barracks grow right now, he's always been like kind of the fastest
Oh, wait.
player. He's always
Valiant
at
boy.
like 400 APM. And
This guy's
like,
stalker
the thing is,
and
he's always
weird
kinda made
'cause he's
stupid
not
decisions. But then
paying
you watch a game
attention
like
to
this,
you.
and you watch how he has stuff going on all the time, and Scan just can't quite keep up with him. Like, he's like, drop here, vulture run in here, attack here, and it's just like non-stop. Beautiful play from Barracks. He is really coming into his own.
I don't know, maybe? How do you not know?
Catch a break here. If not, he's going to
He's
get
a
eliminated.
stalker, but you don't know
And of course,
why
Light
he's a
is waiting for
stalker.
The winner between these two.
Hiya, Talks.
Very,
Cool stream here.
Very memorable.
Hey,
You
Valiant
just
baby
saw
mama.
that.
How's
But
it
you don't
going?
understand
All right,
that he's
guys.
disturbing,
Two
I will
clips we
ban.
go.
Valiant boy, remember what happened. Remember what happens if you ban someone. Don't waste it on this. I'm serious. This is a cool stream. Hell yeah,
I do
Valiant's
cease
baby
emotional.
mama. Talks emotional.
Okay, Barracks in the top right. Scan in the bottom left.
True, Valiant
Back to the
boy.
map.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Valiant's baby mama.
Online cast.
So,
no, I was always a little surprised.
do
this
you
map came back.
enjoy
I felt like we had it for so long. I was a little
Valium?
bit surprised that this was the map that came back, you know? I
Yeah,
thought we would
totally.
have gone through either another older map or a new map.
Baby,
You know,
you're how
someone-
many
someone
years
told me
old? It's weird.
that,
I know.
Uh,
No, you'd be
the
like this,
reason-
Valiant boy.
it came back was that fans just
Whoops.
like this map and like to watch games on it. But the map
Oh,
has
really?
like a lot of problems. It has a
ASL
lot of
BB
problems.
girl.
Like you saw that Light rather played Death Valley than Eclipse against Sulky because you can't kill Zerg here. Against Protoss, they just dictate the entire flow of this map. And honestly, Tasteless, it's screwed up in TVT also. This
that
map,
right?
yeah, this map in Terran vs. Terran, once you hit about 140 supply, it's split,
33F
and that's
Texas.
it. And you have to go battlecruiser. It's the quickest battlecruiser map that we've ever had, and it really like Barrack's skill set unless the game gets really messy, like we saw Speed on this map, right? And he was
Where's her
the game was
parents'
so
buddy
messy
go on
and
bed,
vultures
bro?
everywhere the entire time.
19F
They
Winnipeg!
can utilize speed and multitasking to win, but if there's not like a really weird imbalanced position, like the map just splits itself
45F
really
Ontario.
quickly. And it's a small, tight map. There's no real way to walk around with ground units. I've seen and played more battlecruiser games on this map than any other 3 maps combined.
I mean, I love so many different parts of StarCraft, and I do
Hope
appreciate
you find
a good
Valium Mama
battlecruiser,
XD.
arms race, but I don't think it's good to have maps.
She
that
is
kind of
damn
end up
fine,
there.
Valium.
You know what I mean? It means
Yeah.
that neither side can really find
chicken,
opportunities
Sunday of
to
plenty.
punish each other.
Exactly.
I also find that
26
this map, you know,
MP
in certain
plenty.
matchups like PVZ, it's so turtly for both sides.
STFUU.
I think it makes for some interesting games, but yeah, I don't know. I guess, you know, for future maps, I wouldn't mind if we were going to go back to a map that we knew, something like Neo Sylphid maybe.
Love Sylphid.
Something that
14M
just seemed,
Shanghai.
like a solid map. Like I could have kept playing on
Not
Neo
seen
Sylphid now.
ASL in a long time. I
Absolutely.
kiss being groomed
Mind seeing
online.
replace
I
Fighting Spirit
miss.
for a little bit.
Totally.
You know,
True
I did finally
Valium,
have Fighting Spirit
baby
for a
mama.
while too. Just to go on this tangent for a second, guys. I mean, I think when the game came back, you needed to have a map
Valium,
that
nobody
was
is
the most
entitled
played map,
to a name.
but
9F
I think at the same
Bangkok.
time, you need a couple fighting spirits. You know what I mean? You know, maybe don't get rid of Polypoid for a while. Don't get rid of Neo Sylphid. I don't know. Just keep, you know, maybe 4 of the maps on the map pool. Just these kind
Chinese
of
Henri.
core fundamental maps that people that can't play year-round or want to pick the game up. And there's a lot of new people picking up StarCraft 1, by the way.
Yeah.
I go to PC cafes all the time in my spare time. Sometimes I'm just waiting to meet up with a friend somewhere in the city, and they're going to be late, and I'll just find a PC cafe and go there for an hour. I always see young people playing StarCraft 1.
Yeah.
But
That's awesome.
you know, it's great to have a map pool where like things are crazy and changing, but I do feel like, and maybe it should be like just capped at like certain ranks or something. You should just have a couple of these core maps.
Yeah, Korea
Well, it
is
seems
like
Polypoid has become
a huge thing in Korea because everyone lives in like small apartments.
Polypoid in the map pool.
Tasteless lives in
Much
Korea,
better
yes.
4-player map than Polypoid, but that's
He's
fine.
lived in Korea for
but
like
yeah,
10
Eclipse
years.
Is, Eclipse is pretty well.
Artosis moved from
But
Korea
the thing is,
back
the
to
pros
Canada
generally
because his
try to
wife
not
is from
let it get
Canada.
to these positions that turn into battlecruiser games.
and
I
yeah,
think that's
now he
something
lives
more
in
common
Prince
you'll see in
Edward
the ladder,
Island.
where it's like, yeah, we're kind of at a standstill. It's just best to turtle this up and go battlecruiser and do that.
But we all
'cause
know
if my opponent's
Artosis has
attacking
some
me and I'm
Canada
doing
in
that,
him.
I'm going to win. You know?
Right.
But,
Level
yeah,
1,
Scan is going starport,
congratulations!
and that's one of the surest ways to try to get the game into one of these more imbalanced positions, right? Like if they both go 2 factory or 3 factory vulture, it's like, okay, well, probably you're not going to kill each other. But if there's a Wraith in there,
Korea
it's like,
must be
okay,
so
well, now you're
alien.
kind of forcing anti-air.
It
Maybe
is an
you call up
insane
5
place.
Factory. You know, there's
Never been, but I've
it
seen
makes
a
more
lot of live
possibilities for how the
streams
game can
there.
Get wild.
You know what's funny? I'm having this memory.
And StarCraft is played on TV.
StarCraft 1 American player named Yosh. He was one of the best American Terrans. Well, hold on a second. Let's do this Vulture engage here first. Then I'll talk about this. Looks like this is going to be chased off.
Valium
Not
is
able to do
true.
too much damage.
You got 1 SCV.
I remember talking to Yosh, and he was just, you know, my brother played Zerg, I played Protoss, and we would be at these big American tournaments for, like, you know, to decide who's going to be the U.S. champion. I was always interested in Terran players because I didn't know really how the race worked, right?
I went to Korea and started yelling Hiroshima Nagasaki on the subway.
You know, my brother and me.
I don't think
but
the
I remember
people
him
there
telling me,
like
'cause he
that.
had this incredible record in TVT, and I'm like, what's your secret?
True,
Like, what do you do? He
Levi.
goes, oh, I just always wait for them to attack me first.
It's like
or I'll wait for them to drop me.
double
first, and I just drop
backwards
and drop. And I was like,
racism.
what?
You're so racist, you don't
And I'm
even
like,
know
I'm
it's
like,
the
what
wrong
if they don't
country.
attack you? And he's like, I don't know. It never really happens.
Like, all Asians are the same.
It's so true. It's so true. Like, you know, the defender has the biggest advantage in TVT out of probably every matchup. It's just like incredibly hard to attack into siege tanks. So a couple Wraiths. Over
Dance
here,
it up, shake
you know,
those
just
titties.
Doing a little bit of harassment.
Shake those
and,
titties,
you know, giving
mama.
really good intel here to Scan as well.
We all
Looks like he had
know
to
being a
cancel
baby
building there
mama
for a
gives
second.
you
I think
some
he thought
nice
he was gonna have a bunch of
milkers.
vultures run by and had to throw down a
Think I
default
might
for
like
a second
kick.
just to make sure
You can
that
do whatever
this
the
wasn't
fuck
something
you
that would
want on kick.
slip into his
The
main
real
base.
play
Now
is
with the
learning
default
to
wall,
tell
he
them
kind of have like a
apart
little
so you
wall
can
in here with his
accurately
tanks that vultures
racist.
can't get through. He can kind of tuck them in there.
Can be accurately racist.
Barracks still for the time being is
That's for
sitting
like a
outside with
hardcore
mines planted,
racist.
waiting
It's
for
not
Scan to
like
make his move.
soft-core racists.
And it looks like he wants to eliminate
I
this
don't get
barracks
shaking
pretty quickly.
titties
You know,
on
that can be a
Twitch.
little bit annoying if you were thinking about adding more factories. But honestly,
True.
Barracks is going 2 factory tank, 1 factory Goliath, and you don't want a 4th factory with that. That uses up all your money on 2 base.
All of them got banned.
So, looks pretty good.
Studying
kind of an interesting
history
forward
so you can hate
position he's
people more
taken.
accurately.
As long as Scan gets rid of these mines,
Indeed.
he should be okay with not getting contained. The fact that Barracks is up here already trying to contain, definitely not something I expected. Like, maybe he's looking to take a battle as the mines are getting cleared. Maybe he's looking for his siege mode to finish and to just set up a contain. I mean, that's the quickest way to a victory, man, is just doing a containment. And there you have it.
Hell yeah,
that's a
goon
strong
out.
move.
Goon out, boys.
In a lot of the matchups on Eclipse, you get this contain while they're on 2 bases, and it's really hard to find a 3rd base. Because the bottom right bases on the map are too far away. Oh my god, he's going to just try to inch in. Oh, snipes one. Can he do it again?
Yeah, I think
this is so scary.
Scan's fucked.
So Scan, I don't
I
think
think
he's got
Scan's
siege
fucked.
mode yet. It looks like it's upgrading.
Yeah.
So he's basically using vultures and Goliaths.
Oh
He
no.
needed his
And he
wraiths
just
down
shells-
here, Tasteless. God.
Yeah.
Like, he's killing a ton
Oh,
of SCVs, but yeah, I guess he'll siege up. Oh, dude. Oh, that mine is going to hit. That mine is going to hit. Oh. Tasteless.
No.
This sucks.
Tasteless.
Twitch is Tim Hortons.
That's so funny because I couldn't tell if that mine was going to hit. I was about to be like, I mean, we'll disconnect, and then you
Hey
played
man,
so many
Timmy's
PvPs,
chili is
you're like, it's
fucking
gotta
amazing.
hit.
Okay, I buy that shit at
As soon as he
Walmart.
laid it, that's
Kick
the funny
is in
thing,
the
'cause it
inner
takes forever to
city
happen, but,
McDonald's
like,
at
you
3
see it lay
a.m.
and you're like, I'm fucked. Like, that is... There's nothing you can do. It doesn't unsiege quick enough. The SCVs can't get in front of it
True.
and kill it. Even
True,
the siege tank coming
Eggy.
up can't kill it quick enough because it'll burrow and then unburrow, and it won't be... It just... Yeah, that was bad. And now Barracks is very close to winning this game. This is... Like, Scan
This is so
decided
scary.
to stay there and
It's fun
clear
in a scummy
SCVs.
way.
He did kill a lot of SCVs. But
Yeah.
pushing out of a siege line like this is so
I
difficult.
mean, that's what happens when you. Last time I had McDonald's was in the U.S. and it was
Yeah, interestingly, Barracks
practically
kind of backs
inedible.
off for a second.
Yep, that sounds like
Going to
McDonald's.
regroup here. No turrets set up here to kind of just ensure that the wraiths can't get
Necromancer
close,
Knight,
keep it
welcome,
loose,
welcome.
but he's gonna make one turret down
StarCraft.
behind
Yes,
him.
it is
He heard
the
you. Oh,
ASL.
that's a good idea.
Round of
Yeah.
16. Group A.
The game
Tastosis.
could go on, or it could end very quickly if Barracks gets 1 or 2 more snipes on the tanks.
Scan is most
We were
likely
just
going to
talking about
die.
how, you know, in
The
TVT,
buns
one of the
weren't
hardest
even
things to do is try to break and contain.
really
Let's see how
bred.
Scan
No,
does
they're
this time
not. They're
around.
like plastic.
One SCV
I think
sent down
that's
here into the front.
worldwide. It's
Barracks is
dreadful
doing
now.
this
I used to play
perfectly.
this game a lot.
'Cause
Hell
if
yeah,
this is
Necromancer
happening, you
Knight.
actually have to do things like sacrifice units forward when they're moving.
This
'cause you
game
don't
is
have vision.
amazing.
The Wraith player has better vision than you, so you'll just do things like send an SCV in to die because it will spot the tanks and your tanks will fire before they siege. And if he just continually does this, that's how you hold a spot like this. Okay, good move forward from Scan. That's a very good move forward. He nails his Scan there to get those hits. Ooh, okay, he's starting to clear some.
I think we might be back in this, Startosis.
Maybe, yeah.
This has been beautifully
That
done.
was kinda
One
scary.
tank here. He can just roll through.
Yeah, yeah, he could literally just attack move through that now. And in fact, Barracks is going to run away. All right.
I have an
All right.
old lab in my room.
I was scared. I was like, oh
Great
no,
save.
this is going to be over. But yeah,
Content
yeah. And,
that
you know,
game,
don't forget
I
the
wish
Wraiths
I
did
can
kill
fix
a
it.
lot of SCVs across the map. But Scan spent a lot of his own
Hey,
SCVs
Valiant
trying to
Boy
break this
laptop.
correctly as well. So, you know, I think that this is actually like a good, pretty even position.
I still have my battle chest.
Well, Barracks never had
but
a third
I have
command
StarCraft
center behind
Remastered
this.
on
He
Blizzard.
wasn't actually
on,
more ahead. I think he was leaning a little bit more into the direction of trying
like
to just
Blizzard
get
launcher.
the kill move off.
Yeah, for sure.
Same with
Now
StarCraft
Scan's gonna
2,
just
Warcraft
circle
1,
around.
Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3,
And
Diablo
I
1,
don't
Diablo
know where
2,
this game's
Diablo
gonna go.
3,
I mean, he
Diablo
could
4.
counterattack.
No,
There's
wait, I don't
no
have
tanks
Diablo 4.
back
I
here
never
for
bought Diablo
Barracks.
4. I never played
Looks like
Diablo
It seems
4.
like Barracks
So I was
is
waiting for
oblivious
PoE
to
2.
the tanks that have just gone around him.
This is
And
a
now
big
PoE
moment for
too
Scan.
bad.
If he gets a good position, a good counter contain,
It's sad. They'll
Barracks
fix
doesn't
it though.
have
It's just
rates
a
to help
bad.
break
It's just a
it.
bad
so
lead.
that becomes a little bit tough. Now he is
I'm
going to counter
still waiting for
I think
Druid
that's
though.
probably the best move available
W
to
not
him.
buying D4.
So
True.
he needs to hold this.
D3 taught me my lesson.
And he needs to break through Scan at the same time.
Sorry
and he
for my
might be able
crappy
to. Scan has
writing.
very
I'm
few
screenplay
units
writing
here.
at the same time. No worries.
Well, I don't see
no
any
worries
tanks on the
there,
high ground
Commander
yet. I
Knight.
think Scan's
You
actually
can't be
moving
worse
too
than
slowly.
Valium, boy.
In some ways, both of them are, to be honest.
He needs to get to the natural.
This is probably one of the harder things to do in TVT is to
Ouch.
try to break your side while you're trying to stop them from breaking your side.
Oh man, yeah, you're right. He didn't move up enough. Like he needed to be hitting the command center
Yeah.
basically.
Well,
because he's losing his
Barracks is
own.
gonna get up here now. Yeah.
Well,
he needs to get these Goliaths. Is actually what needs to happen here.
Yeah, the Wraiths look like they should be able to help clean it up with the SCVs as well. And Scan
But this
has a
is just
decent contain across the
kinda-
map. But has he taken just too much damage here to his economy?
I think that's the big question. He's going to try
They
to come
start
out
moving
now.
out.
The command center should be landed back there for
Oh,
Scan.
the mines.
These mines are going to connect. Tastosis, do these connect?
Yes, they connect, Tasteless. Sadly, yes, they do. And yeah, so Scan is going to lose his containment. Oh man, there was a mine there that actually cleared his mines there too. Brutal, brutal. Scan does have a third command, so that's something. But Barracks has his third command as well. Oh no!
Hate to see it.
Oh.
Yeah, hate to see it.
My heart is weak.
But
right
it
now,
is what it
Tasteless,
is.
As I
Well, this
watch
has
everything
been a
fall apart.
slugfest of a TVT. Oh,
I never was good
okay, he
at
actually
going
saved
against
that one
people.
over there. These tanks are so squishy though right now.
I was pretty good in StarCraft 2. I was
It looks
diamond,
like there's,
but I was never
some
that great in
mines
StarCraft
underneath
1.
this command center, which is really annoying to
Like,
deal with.
I was
He
just
did have
not
some
good at
mines up,
Mutamicro as Zerg.
at Barracks' side, but not really blocking that command, unfortunately. Barracks starts to move in. Not a lot of units here for Scan. Does siege up a little bit more. He has the Wraiths too. I think he still lives through this. He can get that mine.
Oh, this mine.
He got
okay,
it.
yeah, yeah. he
Four
can get that
Wraiths
one.
is
That's
enough.
So close.
Never
If
been
that
an
was two
RTS
Wraiths,
guy?
Yeah, maybe that mine hits, but
If that's two Wraiths, no way in hell, my friend.
yeah.
So he finally
I
gets
love
that
nuking
command center
people.
to land over there.
Yup.
This is almost 14 minutes long. It's been like so back and forth. Is he going to try to go around again? I don't think this works. Or is he just trying to raise his...
Yeah, he's
okay,
just trying to
make sure
zone out damage to his third base here because he knows that there's like this other path that might be utilized. Couple vultures get up here. He should be able to clear that reasonably well.
It's also saying that
Yeah,
on
Barracks is
the
coming in on all
Korean
sides. This is
subway.
such great maneuvering from Barracks. Like coming in from these
Oh,
angles.
Levi, you're gonna
he's
get
just making
shot.
it hard to defend. Picking off units here and there. Scan still has like comparable.
It's like going to
supply.
America and saying you're not a
93 to
football
109
player.
is
Like you're
not
not
the
a
end of the
football
world. It's
guy.
just the position of Barracks.
Or going to
is quite a
Europe
bit
and
better
saying
right
you're
now.
not a football guy.
Yeah, well, Barracks is just putting on so much pressure. He's done so much damage. Scan has barely been able to stay alive. And again, if he can just swat this away like it looks like he's doing now, then I think the game goes on. I mean, that's the big question. Can Barracks come in here and break this? It seems like now the answer is no.
I
A little
like
bit ago,
football
it's a
good
little bit-
enough,
could have
not
been
a
big
fun
maybe.
fan of American football.
No
though.
SCVs on gas. I guess he just sent him back there before we switched the screenshot. But Barracks has a slight
True.
supply lead. He may try to come in here for another bust. He's going to go up for double starport again. We already saw this once today.
When you're in a winning position like this and you're expanding ahead of your opponent and kind of like a little bit ahead on those units, that's such a great move to go for two-port Wraith because you're just like overtaxing what they can produce at the moment. Like, what are the odds of Scan adding a Goliath? It's like 0. He needs to get out as many tanks as he can.
I find
By the
RTS
way,
too
Barracks
overwhelming.
here catching these tanks, trying to move into kind
Yeah.
of like maybe a defensive fourth base position.
If you're playing
so
like
he gets to kill those off really
competitively.
nicely.
Okay, he's going to come in again. If the ramp is too exposed, vultures can run up there. There's about 5 tanks down here so far, maybe one even underneath this barracks, I can't tell. And they're starting to get picked away. Can that tank on the bottom left hit the inside of the third base?
No, I think it just barely misses the command center. Oh, it looks like it hits that
It
final
hits the
patch.
LCD, look at that.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, it hits the
It
command
hits
centers.
it-
Okay,
hits
wow.
the
I'm going to
command
veto
I thought he
this
had to
map
get
today.
closer than that.
That's
a
I actually
big-
wasn't aware that hits there.
Oh my god.
That's insane
I had
range.
no idea.
That's
Yeah.
diagonal range
That's
for
wild.
you.
Oh, we got to watch out for that. We're both going to be losing to Terrence on this map. That's crazy. They almost should make the main bigger there.
Yeah. That is kind of insane to be able to hit that patch. But, you know, really great positioning here from Barracks. He's got a very strong contain in that area. Scan still like running.
I think
some
Barracks
units
is
around
going to win. Unfortunately, Scan is going to get knocked out.
Moment for Scan. Oh, this is a huge moment. Dude, all these wraiths he made are now going to be killed off. Look at that. 4 wraiths from 2 starports killed.
Way to jinx me,
World.
World.
That is a big swing where suddenly it's like, yeah, I guess I go, what, Valkyrie dropship or something here? Great usage of the wraiths from Scan.
Yeah, looking very, very strong. Scan also growing into the bottom right location. We basically had no attention to the 2 bottom right bases this whole game.
He needs to get onto that high ground.
Barracks is going to meet Scan here in the middle of the map. There's basically 2 middles of the map. There are these 2 rolling hills that we're looking at, and then there are the locations that were being pushed from Barracks earlier.
Still getting...
I mean, the fact that these tanks can just keep shelling this location of the 3rd is painful. Because so many SCVs are not able to mine from patches. Many of them have to repair, which means they're not even mining to begin with. And Barracks comes down here and finds this base. Scan, it's going to be tough. Scan has to try to break this position right now.
Yeah, he's trying. Yeah, he's actually foregoing siege for a lot of these tanks and just using their auto attacks. He actually clears it pretty darn well, but that additional base does get screwed up. By the way, I wanted to mention, Tastosis, there was just too much going on. You should sell real estate for a living. You call that middle area the rolling hills. For me, Eclipse is a hellscape, but you really put a nice spin on it.
Yeah, man, it's that's so funny. it is actually a really brutal place to fight on the map. GG. Scan dies out.
Unfortunate, but hey,
first player eliminated. Not a big surprise, right? He was kind of like,
I mean, he made it into the round of
underdog
16.
That's a good showing today. But you know, Barracks is really on the rise, and obviously Sulky.
Barracks, Light, and Sulky. Good fucking luck, Scan. I'm sorry, bro.
Talking about good real estate. Hopefully, in future ASLs, that map is bought up by BlackRock, and we never see it again.
True, Tasteless.
That leaves us with just 2 players remaining. Barracks, you know, his stamina has always been good. I think he's going to be able to hang with Light coming up here. I do find Barracks to be one of the players that doesn't really matter if he's had to play 10 games in a row. He's usually in pretty good shape. He's kind of one of those grinding ladder Terrans, you know?
Yeah. I'm excited for this final Terran versus Terran match. We're going to be going into Barracks versus Light. I look at this as like old guard versus new guard. Is Barracks ready to take down Light? If he is, that's a huge statement.
Alright, I gotta go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. This is it. We're about to wrap up Group A here. Right now, Sulky has advanced. It's been a big battle between the 3 remaining Terrans, 2 of which are with us now. Barracks and Light. You know, I assume Light's going to advance here. I think he is probably the stronger player. But I'm really okay with it if Barracks moves on. Yeah. I like what you said. It's kind of a battle of the new and the old. Barracks has looked better and better every season.
He has. He truly has. He's just watching him get better at his decision-making in game. You know, the sky's the limit with that. Like, you can just keep learning and learning and learning. And the smarter moves he makes, like his huge multitasking ability, the speed with which he's macroing units out, and he's bringing some smart builds too. Like, I really think he's probably the future of Terran. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he measures up against Light right now.
All right, Barracks in the top right, Light here in the bottom right. And, yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen mostly TBT here today. This game's going to be no different. I've been very impressed with Barracks overall. He's stuck out more to me than everybody else. You know, Light definitely had his moments here versus Scan, but Barracks looks very balanced in his play. You know, no obvious weaknesses. Seems to know how to get a lead early on and maintain it.
For sure. I'm really enjoying watching his play. Like, him and Speed are kind of the guys coming up right now. And honestly, like, there is a little bit of a changing of a guard. You know, Light has been one of the strongest since Remaster came out. And, you know, obviously we had Last, and he had to retire because of his wrist. We've had Flash in and out of the scene a little bit. Then we had Rush really kind of rise up and become super strong. Wow. He misplaced his first depot. That's minus 25 minerals. That sucks. That screws up the whole build.
I had to do a double take there. I can't even believe that happened.
Yeah. And you might wonder, why would he cancel? It actually would make the SCVs pop out really further away and take longer to get there. It would cost him more than 25 minerals over time. That was a huge mistake, though. That's like, dude, that should happen almost never. Like, people make mistakes and occasionally do that, but like that's a very rare occurrence. So I think he's nervous.
Kind of stunning to see that happen. Pretty hard at this level to ever see a mistake like that. One we've seen occasionally is like someone, maybe StarCraft 2 as an example, is someone had their worker right-clicked on another worker, so it looks like they're mining, but they're not. Or you know, but being forced to cancel anything is just so bad. It's even worse than being a few seconds late on making the building.
And this is maybe worst case scenario because he's doing a factory opener against a command center first. And you need everything to be as tight as possible. And 25 minerals, like, you know, obviously he's going to boost as hard as he can and get that out as quickly as he can, but it's going to slow everything by a few seconds. And, you know, every second matters in this situation. Let's see exactly when he gets this started here.
We're getting down to the end of it.
It's even worse because he made that mistake at the very start.
Yeah.
If you make a mistake, like, let's say 4 minutes into a game, it can slow you down later on. But when you misplace the first building, everything else is later because the 25 minerals that were lost kick in later.
I need to mention, because I was watching the clock, he's still got a 229 factory, so he literally did perfect boosting the entire time. Like, he screwed up that depot.
Let's talk about...
But he did perfectly on his mining to get it still at 229. That's insane. My mind is blown. I'm like, he must have delayed the second depot. He didn't even delay it. He didn't skip his marine. That's insanity that he still got that out that quick.
So for people that watch StarCraft,
what is the premise of Tastosis?
They might still not know about mineral boosting.
You mean like the name? It's Tasteless and Artosis combined. They are Tastosis.
We didn't actually figure it out on our own, but not all patches are made equally.
It's just what some fans came up with, and it's stuck ever since like 2014.
But the game still comes out very, very balanced. Some patches mine quicker than others, but the ones that don't mine efficiently, occasionally you can actually reset the worker path by using the C command, which is to return minerals. You might have it bound as something else on your keyboard. A lot of people that play the game don't even know about that. If you have a worker with resources in its hands, you can hit C and it'll return the resource. So if you hit it at the right time as it's returning the resource, it'll re-straighten the path out. Which means you can basically, if you were playing a perfect game, play it even perfecter.
Yeah.
And that's called mineral boosting. And you can only do it in the first, minute or two of the game, because eventually there's enough stuff going on. You don't have time to go back and mineral boost. But occasionally in very
I know story time recently.
Still on one patch mineral boosting.
I've been lazy as fuck
for a long time. It happens in PvP a lot. Where
plus StarCraft,
you don't have that many things you got to do early, especially if it's a tight game.
But mainly, I've just been lazy.
That's what Barracks did there to kind of get himself where he needed to be.
Come on, we did story time yesterday.
If you want to know a lot about mineral boosting, I actually made a video about it on my Artosis TV YouTube. It's called I Have a Problem.
We still have to write the villain monologue speech.
Please do. Now,
I have that story all prepped.
This is two-port Wraith, and he's hidden the two
ports. We just haven't had a chance to write it, because I've just been way too tired, or just like distracted by Schedule 1. Or StarCraft.
Right, that will work. There is, it is really hard to look at this and say, there's something missing. You might be able to, because the machine shop is not spinning.
Yesterday's story time,
right?
as in the
This is the
Chronoceptor
only
heist.
tell. I
Yeah,
think only Flash would look at this and say something's missing.
I mean, it was interactive story time.
But
Yeah,
there is.
you're right.
There is something missing here. Now, he's actually doing a vulture drop, which is pretty damn trendy in this type of situation. And he has vulture speed, so there is a good chance he gets a lot of kills. But the Wraiths are going to be a big problem when they go across the map. He's going to have a starport he can't utilize. If he doesn't have an armory at home already,
Do you enjoy that,
he's
Levi?
probably
I
screwed.
fucking did. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, the dropship's out. He's going to pick this up. It's going to go through the sight line of the starport with the add-on. And let's see how quickly he can react.
Oh, dude, he's already got
Barracks
2 tanks and 3 Marines in here, too. Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. And there's a depot wall down here, which means he can kind of pin the vultures in a way.
I mean, I don't think it paid for itself.
Dude, that was pretty perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. And now he's going to go for this dropship. Oh, my God. And it was
Barracks
unable
is
to
getting
unload.
fucking
I don't know
manhandled.
if it did.
I think it didn't, but I mean,
So
he
this
could
is
have
all
maybe
the
put
bud
another
that I
vulture
have
in
left,
it.
guys.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah,
Besides
he
what's
might
in
try
my
to go to the
grinder.
natural. That was
this
so
one
shut down. I mean, there were some SCV
solitary
kills, sure. I don't know if the drop
bud.
paid for itself, but now Light's going to be in this position with his own
It's
wraiths,
the last
trying to do a pretty serious amount of
until
damage. I
tomorrow
don't know that
after
Barracks is
work.
going to be that ready for it.
Well, he's
So
got
there's
his...
no eBay done. There's 2 Marines.
Yeah, he does have an armory that just finished, so he's making some Goliaths, and he is going into
Woe is me.
You know, detection both at the eBay as
Woe
well
is
as the
weed.
Academy. And Light just gets up here and immediately focuses down on those Marines, just prioritizing the damage output. And instead of going after economy, he's forcing Goliaths and he's going after the siege tanks so that his counterattack here, or his attack, is going to be able to do
Agreed.
more damage. Dude, Light
I think
is
Light just wins.
another level. It is so insane.
This is like
I think
so
Light just straight up
perfect how
wins.
he handles this. Look at how he even switches the shots on to the Goliath. Oh my God, there's like a 1 HP Goliath. Oh! But he gets the tanks in there. Now there's like a one-shot tank. He sends another Wraith in here. The SCVs are pulled, but the Wraiths just come back and help out. Now the surround on the tanks is insane.
Certainly very, very well done. I haven't seen anyone quite pull off an attack that looked like this before, but it made so much sense from Light. Like the way that instead of going after workers like you normally do, he goes after specifically the units and tries to punish, knowing his opponent has to make Goliaths, which suck against siege tanks.
Yeah.
That was so well done. It like I'm getting chills right now watching this, Tasteless. Light is just unbelievable.
That was pretty
Barracks
incredible.
is sneaking a
And
base,
Barracks,
though.
knowing he's in a bad spot, hides his own command center, which I think is pretty smart. The only thing I would have been maybe would have been smarter is to hide it in the bottom left.
Yes. I think the bottom left
or
third
center
base,
left.
like, you know, like 9 o'clock-ish.
Yeah,
That base,
that's such a good
you'd
spot.
never scout there. That's like such a worthless position.
Be right back.
But, you know, just hiding a command center in general when you're really behind is a good move.
So Light's just going to continue to power up here. Barracks is going to be short a couple SCVs. He got pretty beat up by that attack. The only thing that Light could have done a little bit better was there were a couple moments where there were units that were pretty low on HP. He probably could have tried to target down. But, I mean, that was a pretty perfect play. I love when we see people that know how to get out in time, too. You know?
Yeah.
They don't overextend it. It doesn't become like a back and forth where one guy pushes in and he overextends and then the other guy gets too, you know, ambitious and he does the same thing. Light basically got in there, killed off as much as he could, and escaped.
Look at Light's Wraiths right now. Did he actually attack, move, shift-click them around the map? Oh my God,
I think
Tasteless.
he did. Well, you know, on this map, you know, this is one of the maps. I've noticed this because, you know, lately I was laddering a bunch, and I've tried to just get better about games where I'm ahead, checking for hidden bases. Maps where you can shift-click the edges with a flying unit are the worst for hidden bases because of this.
True.
So anyone want
And
to
he
guess
finds
the
it immediately
accumulated
with 3
amount
SCVs.
of plates and cups
This
in
is
my room
usually
currently over the
losing.
course of the
Well, pretty
last
much always
2
losing.
days?
If you're the guy that was down and you hit the base and you're like, oh, especially versus Wraiths because you can't pick this up and hide it, right? If you pick it up, it's going to get gunned down by missiles.
So true. And he's sending some
Wraiths are
vultures.
kind of the perfect unit versus an isolated command center because it really can't get away.
And with the vultures there, he's going to lay some mines so Goliaths
Good
can't
guess.
save it. So this
Good
command
guess,
center is
Levi.
pretty much as good as dead. The barracks is in just the worst spot. Like, this is so bad, man. He really needed that economic boost
Anyone
to start to catch
else?
up. He just attacked his own tank there for a moment. So, like, you can tell, right? He's already canceled the depot. He just attacked his own tank. You know, things have been going wrong for him in a lot of ways, both through his own plays and through Light just being awesome.
Yeah, well, Light just being so thorough with everything. So Barracks is going to come up here and fight this. I think
Chat GPT just
there's no way
confused
that
my
Light
prompt.
can actually finish this off. If this is done correctly, there's just
Then
too
I'll
many
put
Goliaths
the
to be
Futanari
finished.
as a Futanari.
So this is going to stay alive, but
An 8-foot giant dwarf woman that is sexy.
There was a lot of tanks and a lot of Goliaths going up there. And Barracks may be spread too thin. Not that there's necessarily a better move here, by the way.
True,
It's
Eggy,
pretty easy
true.
to be critical of, you know, a position like this.
I'm gonna see what that gets
Do
me.
everything at once and hope he can hang on for dear life.
Yeah, everything is pretty losing for him here. And he's making definitely very good moves. Against a lot of players, he probably would have been able to start to come back by now. But Light's instant counterattack when he sees that going on is obviously a great play.
Policy.
Barracks is still trying to get things done, though. He sent SCVs to the top left. He's built a fourth base. He's sending vultures for harassment. But Light's on top of this. Look at this. He's got zoning tanks up. He's got vultures to intercept. He drills his SCVs up to catch these as well. And he's just minimizing anything that Barracks tries to do.
Control things locally and
the
do whatever
truth
you
is,
want.
there are now 4 command centers up for both sides. One side's definitely mining a little bit better, you know, on Light's side. But you know, Barracks kind of done it. At least for now. We'll see if Light can push through the middle here.
You need to watch down the power
center
of
of the
Food
map still
Nori
goes to Light,
generation.
so it's hard to for Barracks to traffic units.
I don't know, that
from one
one's
side of
not
the map to
bad.
the other. So I think he's you know, massing up.
Another one's
base
fucking
just saw there at
hilarious.
12 o'clock, and he's getting a decent number of SCVs.
Looks like my aunt.
Basically move freely on the map.
This was actually kind of cute.
If you don't have lanes in
That's
PvP
so
that you can travel down with your ground army,
She was made
that's
of
how you
woke
lose really quickly, 'cause your opponent
Netflix.
macros up, they have
made
all
by
their units in
woke
one spot,
Netflix.
and they can move their
True.
entire army to attack one position. You can't possibly defend against that. So we have
Oh my
Barracks trying to be
God.
sneaky here. He's adding his own wraiths. He's hoping to maybe come out with a group of wraiths that
And the
can't really be
answer,
stopped. Maybe
the
there's
answer, guys, is
very
actually
few no Goliaths,
15.
and he can do something with that, but it's not too likely. He's really scraping the bottom of the
8
barrel here on what
cups
he can
and
get
7
done.
plates.
With those mines just stacked up over there at that other, you know, the natural third base location for Barracks. It's looking ugly, man. Once again, Light going into Wraith Valkyrie here. Barracks is fighting out pretty nicely.
It's like
I mean, there's like a
steaks,
couple Goliaths here. I'm not
fries,
sure if it's ever enough
bagel bites.
to hold this off. But when these Wraiths and
Well,
Valkyries come back up, we can
plates
find that
alone,
pretty
yeah,
quickly.
I have 7.
Not
So I
a lot
said
of room to
plates
build on
and,
the map here.
like,
The
cups.
further you are into the center, the more spots there are.
'Cause
to
I got
turrets,
7.
But when you're right up
Wait.
outside that area, most of the terrain is unbuildable. Not easy to tell, by the way.
No, I have 7
yeah,
cups
not
and
as many
8
spots
plates.
You can put turrets on.
Yeah, all those little white diamonds you see, you can put turrets on, and all the little gray areas.
I have the app and
like
not
the
sure how to
dark
run
gray,
locally.
Not the one with the pattern, but like next
Leaves
to those
quake
chains.
at the thought of
Now,
Futanari
Light
generation
comes up with
falling
his
into the hands
anti-air
of the
force and
peasants.
will push that back. I gotta tell you,
We wouldn't
what,
have a
like,
reason to go to work
we've been
anymore, because then we
praising
wouldn't
Light a
have
lot
to
'cause it's been
pay
such a game. But don't forget, he started with a big advantage.
pay artists
And the fact that
and
Barracks has made the
commission
game look this
artists
good
for
after
our
getting that
Futanari.
far
Now we
behind,
can just get it for free.
I really want to see them use similar openers and see where that ends up. You know, because it's like, okay, well, yeah, Light is very likely going to win this from here. But he opened up with a command center first, blocked a vulture drop, and went 2-port Wraith and got a ton of units off that, and then found the hidden expansion. He did all these things that just got him so far ahead, and still here Barracks is, like, keeping his supply relatively close, defending, getting 4 bases. It's just, he's already losing by so much.
Yeah.
Some more mines being planted down here. He did manage to breach this spot. Barracks may have to evacuate. In fact, he's going to use his SCVs to try to fight over here. A lot of Wraiths coming down right now for Barracks. A scan! There it is. And you know what?
Yeah.
The Valkyrie's still really well positioned to clear this.
And
oh my
yeah,
god.
it's GG.
Oh my god. You saw Barracks lurch forward in his chair, realizing like, oh my god, I've completely lost control of this now. You know, the top left base that we barely got a shot of since it was almost killed off by the Wraiths. It's flourishing.
You know, I should always,
The problem is
I
that now with 12
should
o'clock
do
being
like
gone,
a
and Light having a really good contain, he can basically isolate the
a
top
drug
left,
deal
come in with some kind of a
story
drop or a push,
in
probably clear it out.
commemoration of
For sure.
Schedule 1.
And he's making it so hard. Notice how he's not trying to finish Barracks. He's finishing him by just
So we have
applying
4
pressure.
ideas lined
He's just
up
like,
for
yep, here's more
stories,
siege
guys.
tanks. Oh, there's a turret there now,
Yeah.
LOL. Try to clear that. And eventually he will do things like hit top left. You know, he's up here now with the bottom left as well. He's doing, you actually pointed this out before, where like, he's not overexpanding. He's taking it nice and slow.
Commemoration.
That's like how you actually screw up here, is making too many
Schedule
command centers.
1 dead.
But he just macros steadily, continues to contain, and Barracks has to GG.
Let's ask Grok.
Barracks put up a good fight, but Light just looked too clean, too solid. Very on top of, you know, his answers to the play. You know, that placement when the Vulture drop came in was so important. Having the bottom side versus the top side of the mineral patch at Light's main plugged up with a depot.
Well, Schedule 1 died due to the lawsuit against them from Drug
It's
Dealer
things that a lot of
Simulator.
people, they might not pay attention to, but because he put the depot at the bottom, the Vultures ran down there thinking they had a way to run around and play keep away, and instead they went into a dead end. And were
I
then
mean,
executed
there
on the way
is
back
also
out. So the drop
this.
didn't do that much, and then the Wraith play was strong. Good back and forth either way, but Light coming out on top with a 1-0 lead.
We're going to go to Polestar.
Schedule 1 is
Already saw Barracks
canceled.
play here against Scan and put out an absolutely great
I haven't
TVT.
watched this video yet, though.
And really looking forward again to just seeing what these openers are. I want an even opener and see what the game looks like between these two.
We're going to be going into that game in a second, guys. Barracks needs to win the next 2 games or he's out. Light, the other favorite, if he wins here, he'll be moving on. Sulky already the first player in the round of 8. Light could be the second if Barracks can't come back and figure out a solution to Light's so extremely solid TVT play.
Yeah, very, very, very solid there. But yeah, Barracks is looking good still, even in that loss.
Deep Search is searching deep, guys. Currently, no lawsuit against Schedule 1 from Drug Dealer, only an investigation into potential similarities. It seems unlikely that Schedule 1 will be shut down, as the publisher has stated no intent to halt sales or development. Gaming community supports Schedule 1, which may influence the outcome, but the situation remains complex and unresolved.
The same positions as before.
Based on recent reports, it appears Schedule 1 is not facing a lawsuit.
By the way, just
it's the
caught
conclusion.
a glimpse there. I never really noticed this about
Summary:
Barracks, but he
Schedule
looks
1
like
is
he has
not facing a
really
lawsuit
long
from Drug Dealer
fingers.
Simulator, only an investigation into potential copyright infringement.
I just wanted to.
Movie
Yeah,
Games
it looks
SA
that way to me.
has
So that's
stated
kinda-
no intent to halt
it's kind of
series or
interesting.
But
like
the
the
development, and
not as
Schedule 1
long as
remains
many.
available and
No,
popular
I
on
mean,
Steam.
who's our
Gaming community
you
supports
have to join
lack
a
of
circus to get nails that long.
legal action suggests it is unlikely to be
But
shut
he actually
down.
also uses that old QSEN DT35
Oh, you have a Silka
keyboard,
pick.
which is
Pop
kinda
it in the fucking Discord,
Yeah.
bro.
Classic.
Kind of funny, kind of hot. Okay, I like
Was
it.
that the keyboard that when you'd go to a computer accessory store in Korea, you could say StarCraft keyboard? They just
Yes.
give you that.
That's right. At
Yes,
one
you
point
can
in
share
time,
the link
guys,
in the
like,
Discord.
99%
Or you can
of
share it in
all
chat.
StarCraft 1 pros used the QSEN DT35 keyboard, which is a membrane
Yep.
keyboard. They
Yes!
used, this mouse pad, it was like a
That's
Kespa mouse pad that was
legit.
very thin and very small. And they
That's
used
fucking
the,
legit.
Logitech optical mini mouse. Like that was the complete setup
Sorry, I
for
don't use Discord, bro. It's all good,
99%
Eggy.
of all pros. Everyone used the same stuff.
Why is
I
her dick
remember
not hanging down to her
the
knees?
First or second week I got here, getting my PC set up.
That's my one
'Cause I
question.
actually lost mine.
Like, her
in the
tip should be
airport,
hanging
but,
out
like,
here.
Trying to fly in to Korea with
That's
it.
terrible.
They like lost it. It was like part of my luggage. I just never recovered my my
Scale's a
desktop.
bit off, but that's not
Um,
far from my head
So I had to
cannon.
go,
Yeah, pretty
I
much.
think I didn't bring
I'm
it.
more of
I
a
can't
like I
remember
like
what
that
it was, and I had a
hairstyle,
new keyboard
but
when I had arrived here, and when I was picking up all my stuff, I couldn't figure out which keyboard I wanted. I was going and touching each of the keys, And then the guy came and spoke Korean to me, and I didn't speak any Korean, and I just said, StarCraft? StarCraft? And he went,
She's just
oh,
not going to
yeah,
be
yeah.
on
And he
here?
came in the back and brought out one of these.
Yeah.
And it was,
I don't know what her
that
name
keyboard.
is.
Completely synonymous.
Yes,
with it.
her!
And a lot of players still use it. It's been out of print for a long time. I actually had a stack of them when they were going out of print.
That
Just bought a bunch
hairstyle.
of them and
I
then gave them to
fucking
friends
love
until
like
they
the
ran
braid
out.
in the
Yeah.
front like that.
Because I've used so many keyboards over the years, but
Like a devil curl? Yeah.
those the Logitech
Fucking
Opti
love
Mini
that
mouse,
shit.
like those went out of print and like
'Cause
it was like gold.
I have a
those.
character that
I
uses
had
like
people
their
offer me
original
big
purpose
money
was
for
like
having
they
extra
had
of those,
like
and then
basically like
Sally
wires
made one,
and
the
like
Sally
like
Miko, which was
with
a
the idea
ripoff,
of barbed
which was
wire
just as
in
good.
their hair, and they use
And
their
then
hair
those became
as their
worth a ton of
weapon.
money. And now we have
Like
like
a
we're
whip.
way down. Now we have like
And they
these
can
other
have like,
ones
you
that
know,
are,
different
ripoffs of the
braids in their
Sally
hair
Miko,
for different like
which are
whip
Chinese-made
styles and
mouses
stuff
that
like
most of
that.
the pros use.
I always thought that was a sick
Yeah,
ass
there's
character
something
to
about
have.
the keyboard and the kind of feedback it gives you. And I've used like blue switch keyboards, for instance, to play StarCraft, and like they're not bad.
Well,
but
I had to grab my food. I'm
they're
retarded.
almost
I'll be right
too
back.
loose. If that makes any sense. Like sometimes you don't want too much resistance. Sometimes you don't want it to be too hard to press because you're pressing a lot of keys, but you can't just press all the keys at once. You know.
Sure.
So stuff back then so important, and it's crazy to think that people were playing this game competitively back when you had to take the ball, the physical ball, out of the mouse and clean it in between matches to get the dirt off it.
Yeah, I used to have to do that. Okay, so this is a 2-factory opener from Light. I believe it's just going to be vultures only, maybe into Goliaths. But if you make an add-on against this, you generally end up dying. If you go non-stop vulture production and you sit back, then normally you end up getting really ahead. So it's like a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors situation. You can also actually make a bunker and be in a good spot against this as well. So let's see how, yeah, Barracks is a little bit too far forward on the map. He likely will get into trouble here because you do have to sit pretty defensively. Like the second factory will kick in and he'll just have more vultures and go. But look, he didn't make an add-on, Tastosis. That's really good for Barracks right now.
All right, he's coming down. The moving shot is real here. Can he actually take out... Oh, excuse me. He's actually able to flick down one of those vultures and trade it out. And Barracks has to pull away because the red vulture was in the front. He's going to come in here again. Oh, my God. And he can intercept the vultures. He's trying to come back. Gets an execute on that. SCV's pulled. If he can stay out of the mineral lines here and not get drilled, he might be okay. As I say that, though, the SCVs get some decent surface area. The vultures inch in. The Marines are actually doing a great job soaking some of this damage. Can he get the kill? He does!
The control there by Barracks was really good for a while. Unfortunately, he didn't repair it all. Like, you want a combination of repairing and attacking with your SCVs. You just need to make your vultures last a little bit longer. Now, Light is just going to send vultures pretty much non-stop here. Barracks, I believe, has landed at the... no, okay, he's just floating, but... He can at least watch for when there's a command center on the way.
19-year-old sending 14-year-old photos of himself.
This can't work.
Wait, what?
Unfortunately for Barracks. It looks like Light is going to clean up this game very quickly.
Val sent me a pic of him on Discord. Want to see it?
In this position,
Jesus Christ, Valiant boy! You're gonna get me in trouble.
3 vultures is a very scary number. He ends up accidentally splitting some of the damage over there. Oh, in some ways, Light's being so patient here. He knows that he can just get some free shots on SCVs in the back too. I think this game is probably over.
Yeah.
The vultures are not going to slow down. The SCV count has been lowered so dramatically. I actually think it's possible for Light to just force his way up the ramp here too. I saw one add-on being made at the factory. Another factory is being produced, but that means for the time being, it's one factory that's making stuff. So the vultures will get up here. They'll kill off the SCVs, they'll kill off the vultures, and once they get on top of the factories, it kind of doesn't matter. This game's over.
This game is super, super over. Light is making a command center during all of this as well. I tell you, Light had some great build order mix-ups today overall. Played 1 safe TVT, 1 greedy TVT, and 1 aggressive TVT. And she's sulky basically 3 times. Like, good planning from Light, and he will advance in 2nd place. This group going in the most predictable way. Sulky first, Light second, Barracks third.
By the way, I think Light has really evolved into a whole new player in this season. He's doing a lot more cheesy stuff, like you were saying, Artosis. He was generally a very kind of rigid
Yes.
impossibly strong Terran, and he's gone from that to being a very dynamic player. Unpredictable, sometimes predictably unpredictable, if that makes sense, like we saw versus Sulky, but definitely on a new level, the way he's approaching this. Very cool to see.
If he mixes in cheeses throughout the tournament, I think he becomes a favorite of the tournament very quickly. Well, I always put him down as a favorite, but like that has been his problem, Tastosis, is exactly what you said, that like he oftentimes is just playing a little bit too safe, a little bit too macro-oriented. If he gets more like Sulky, where he's willing to throw in like crazy cheeses and stuff, that's really good for him. It'll just make him that much stronger.
I agree. No, I think you never want to. I mean, part of the reason why Sulky's so scary is that he will just kind of do inefficient, weird openings that punish everything, or he'll even do 7 pulls or 5 pulls, you know, and he's keeping everybody on their toes, and you know, Light kind of deviating away from like the, I guess the honorable Terran, right? That like I've got these, you know, very perfect macro builds that nobody can stop. The fact that he can do that now and do these crazy plays, including in TVT. Doing a vulture rush like this is great.
Yeah.
So I think he shows a lot more promise this season than I think any other season we had before.
I'm excited about it.
Could it be a Light
Maybe
Sulky
Light can
final?
Come back and win if somebody else can kill Sulky for him. It's like we just need Sulky to hit a Zerg somewhere in the tournament, you know?
Yeah.
Queen has the potential. Hero has the potential. Action has the potential.
Or Rain do it. Anyways, quick interview here with Light.
And that does it for Group A of the round of 16 of ASL Season 19, brought to you in part by Hot 6. Let's talk to Light, today's second place finisher. Congratulations. Thank you. You escaped from the clutches of Group D by the skin of your teeth and joined Group A, and you land a good result.
Hello, 13. How's it going?
You had to play a lot.
How are you today?
Because it was TVT or because you had to focus so much. I can see the exhaustion painted on your face. How do you feel having made it into the round of 8? For starters, I'm happy advancing to the round of 8. It was really tough today, having to play so many games, also the wait time between the games. I thought I would drop dead, but I got a good result in the end, so I can go home in a good mood. Seeing how you played 3 games of TVT against Barracks today, it must have been physically difficult. And as you played those, it was apparent that your TVT is just masterful. Just like you countered Barracks with Wraiths in the first game, and in the decider match, countering his Vulture drop from the proxy star pool, your idea for TVT is to constrict the opponent and force him in. How did you prepare for TVT? TVT is very much about the fundamentals. I paid special attention to my condition and making sure I can move my fingers, my hands well. We played that first game with Barracks in the studio today, and I realized, oh, he prepared something. In that case, let me show you what I've got, I decided. That's how I chose my strategies, and they worked. And so you thought you need to close things out with surprise 2 factory vultures on that second map. Was that it? When did you think of that?
Shows on the teddy where Val touched
I had
you.
Prepared specifically. It was an on-the-spot decision I made here in the studio. Light, you scored a good result today. However, once again, you lost to Sulky in the winners match. Do you now feel there's even more things you need to get payback for? Honestly, I did not prepare for Sulky today at all. Against Sulky, I just thought, let's try this or that. I emptied my mind, thought I can advance just beating Terrans. I'm satisfied with today's result. The feeling I'm getting is you're resolved to meet Sulky further on in the tournament, and that's when you will prepare. I'm sure advancing like this out of Group A will carry personal significance too. This only raises expectations for your journey down the line. What do you think? It's been 2-3 years since my championship run. I remember that I made it out of Group A in 2nd place that time as well. This season I make it out of Group A in 2nd place. And we have Eclipse in the map pool, a map that we had back when I won. I'm starting to imagine this myself. I'll have to see how far this comes to fruition. I have a good feeling this time. So I'll prepare well, and I'll try to get far. We're drawing some parallels as Light's lucky streak continues this season. I'm sure your family's support is a source of strength. Do you have any words of thanks for your family and your colleagues? Starting with the qualifiers, the round of 24 and the round of 16 now, my wife has come up with this jinx. She says, I always need to bring her along. I try to stop her. She says, I'm going with you, I'm going. We go back and forth. So now I'm paranoid too. But we made it here today nicely. The games went well. And I feel thankful. And to the fans, this season, I started off with a relaxed, non-committal mindset, and now it's getting serious. I made it into the round of 8. For all those people who cheered for me, I'll do my best and try to go far.
Hell yeah,
this
let's
season
go.
is surely going to be another fruitful one, as you always give your best whenever you play. Can't wait to see you in the round of 8. Congratulations. Thank you. And there you have it. Light, our second player to advance through today.
What a great day of games, man. We had a lot of awesome TVTs. It was so cool to see how well Soki played.
We didn't get to see battle
He's still
cruisers
looking
though.
Very much the favorite of this tournament, despite us having so many good games in the round of 24. Cool to see Scan get this far. I think he had a lot of.
It's interesting they always
really
talk like a
great
medieval
moments,
warrior
and I
unless it's
don't
just
know if we got to
overly
see
formal
exactly where he
translation.
sizes up compared to everybody else because Group A, frankly.
Yeah, I'm not
was
quite
just
sure
so
what's
strong.
lost in
And
translation there.
You know, it's got 2 potential winners in there.
But
the rest of these groups actually look even closer. Look at this group we're going to do tomorrow, Tastosis.
I could
Sharp,
see it
Speed,
being
Jadon
like
Best.
just the
You
fact
couldn't
that
make
it's
a
like
group I'd be more excited about.
you know, they're gamers
It's like
being
my
put
2
on the
favorite
spotlight,
Terrans,
and you know how
the
gamers are, so
legendaries
it's like
are
they're super
Jadon
nervous and shit. They don't
Best,
like
who's
to
got,
talk, so it's like
probably
they just
still
say
the
like
second best Protoss versus Terran on Earth next to Snow.
the most polite thing.
I mean, he's
unless
just
they're
so
bantering
fun
against each other,
to
like they
watch.
do in the group nomination.
I don't know who gets out, actually. I think it's going to be tough for
I'll be right
Jadon,
back.
actually.
I think you're right about
Sharp
that,
is
yeah.
undeniably in great form, as is Speed. And then Best, you know, I mean, he is inconsistent. I think he looks amazing. He looks almost better in a lot of these online matches than he does necessarily in these tournaments where the format is something that he has to master as well as the individual games. But if Jaedong did well here, that would be so exciting. He's been putting maybe even too much pressure on himself to perform. Jaedong, you know, he has set the bar very high for himself, and he's also very hard on himself, which maybe what's even been holding him back. I don't know. I don't like to psychoanalyze too much, but yeah, I mean, Group B is going to be a very, very special day of games, no doubt.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I could see every single matchup being pretty close and pretty competitive. So really hard to predict that one. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. Well, guys, that's all the time we have. Be sure to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/ASL English to support our cause. Tastosis, any closing thoughts?
ASL is great. It was a great day of games. Thank you for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.
Hell yeah, brother. Reach it. So, yeah, we did some shit today. So yeah, we're rich, And we're now meth dealer. We've got the bungalow, and we got a bunch of fucking hired goons. As well as one other very important surprise.
More like hire goons, am I right?
True, Levi. Okay, we need more ingredients for meth. Do we have any? Okay, so strawberry diesel. Strawberry diesel. We don't need purple or the crack. Take this. We got meth. What does he have? Oh, he needs some shit. He's at Ultra Bud. Okay. Let's take the white gruel off of you. Yeah. 5 and 10. Hey, get back here, Benji, motherfucker. There we go. Okay, let's see. We need seeds. Hello, senpai. Hello there, toe connoisseur. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? We're gonna drop this off here, and then we're gonna go grab seeds. Oh shit, are we full? Shit. Meth, white gruel. Yeah, I can just randomly put that there for now. We need a shit ton of seeds. Okay, where is this guy? Mayor's house. East End. What today plan is? We just watched the StarCraft ASL round of 8. Now we are playing Schedule 1 for a bit. It's gonna be a little bit of a short stream. I should really go to bed, but I have no product on me because I gotta go buy fucking seeds. So we'll see how long we'll play. We'll probably play for like an hour or so. And then tomorrow is Makeup ASMR Bikini Stream. So you want to be here tomorrow, connoisseur? I create haiku for this game. Ooh, let me hear it. Yes, yes, I want to read it. I want to hear it. Counter offer. I'm gonna try for 15. Nice! We're upselling the fuck out of these guys. Okay, we'll keep going this way. Streets whisper at night. Powder dreams in plastic bags. Hope fades with each sale. Generated pick of Silka. Mayhaps. In the Discord. Ooh, sounds interesting. I have no product on me. Well, is everyone around when I have no product on me? Ugh, we might as well go here first. Then we'll have product on us. Okay, so we'll jump one of each of you. That one's full. That one's full. Ultra Bud. Ultra Crack. Nightmare Thunder. I think that's good. Let's go. Need car. I see people have this on other stream. Yeah, I know. I should eventually get that. I don't even have a skateboard yet. Should we buy one? Yeah, maybe if I knew how to drive, I could. I interest you in 8 math. Oh, I don't have these listed. This one. Thunderbud, right? Granddaddy Gold, Ultra Bud, Ultra Crack. Nice. Austin already picked her up. Where the hell am I going? Bungalow. Just trying to see if we can sneak this into anyone on the way. Okay, we gotta get used to using this fucking thing. Nice. Save time my ass. Am I stuck? Only I can fucking get myself stuck. Oh my fucking god. Ah! I gotta get fucking used to this. Can they see me? Damn it, you already did a deal. Oh, we gotta go launder money. And we gotta check on what's her fuck. Oh man, she just disappeared. What about this guy? Hold on. Ooh, I can sell all of it. Oh, come on! I think these guys are out of seeds. That and you do that. We got his horse semen, guys. The best of the best. How much soil? Okay, he has plenty of soil. He could use some soil. Get some soil here. Okay, we gotta go. Where are we going? We gotta go all the way to the other side of town. Technically, your product isn't vegan. True. When did I say it was? Money, 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 money. Let's get the monies. Oops. Need to unlock more shit. Let's do Nightmare Thunder. 4. Fuck! Oh man, I'm just getting shut the fuck down right now. This is bad. I was hoping to get rid of all of this product. I gotta go to Molly. Looks like he's already baked. Who are my dealers? He's right under here. You already sold to her? No? Ah, not what I like. Jesus. Stingy ass bitch. Damn, he got a lot of money. What do you have in... Shit. Give you that. I'll take those. I'll give you these. Maybe you can peddle that shit for me better than I can. I ain't having any luck. No one wants to buy anything from me. Oh, it's a good deal. There she is. I don't even have to go to her. Yeah, that'll do for now. Maybe the customers want you to put on some damn clothes. I did! I have sunglasses on now. Actually, we gotta start making stuff because we're gonna start having to hand this out to people. So, and everyone wants today green crack. So let's give them what they want. I think I'm just trying to force too much onto people. Trying to be too greedy about it. But it says 80%. I lose like 80%. So like I even stopped going down to 69%. And it was still like no. And I was like, well, you know what? You gotta find what people like, right? The nudity is lore accurate at talks. I mean, if I was a drug dealer, I would definitely do it like that. People all of a sudden now messaging me for purple. Six meth? You want 7 meth for 560. I guess that's fine. He really wants his meth. Okay, let's do that. We need to make more money, though. We're not making enough money. I mean, I missed out on like $2,000 extra today by not being able to get those people shit. And we need to be able to move our product faster. Because like, we've got way too much of it. I know what I'm gonna do. No, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy a packer. I think it's actually worth my time to buy a packer. And then, like, I can get days to go by faster. Because most of my time is spent packing. So I think getting one here and one at the other place will be really important. For now, as long as we clear out these shelves so she's not stuck tomorrow with no space. I think we'll be fine. We got tons of this shit. But we want to leave these jars here. Okay, we're gonna need purple in the crack. And math. Okay, I think we're good now. Where's the closest one? So bad at this. Green crack, good sir. 15 green crack, good sir. Oh shit. Saved. Seven meth. No, that's not good for you. Shit, we don't have enough meth. Oh, yes, we do. Never mind. We have 8. Next guy wants 8. I did math wrong. Who the fuck is this person? Oh, there they are. 10 green crack. Amy Babes just gifted 1 subs. Thank you, Amy Babes, for the sub.
Did you just hear that guy? That guy right there. That guy is on fire. You can totally tell. What the?
Flap, he's stealing our hiding place.
Dude, bail! Come on!
I can't! The seatbelt was jammed.
Why did you buckle it? Why would you do that?
I don't know!
Oh my god, thank you so much, Amy Babes. Oh god, the cops! Run! Welcome, welcome. How's it going, girl? We're turning into a meth dealership now. Have an amazing stream. You as well if you're streaming, and if you just finished, hope you had a great stream. Oh god, I feel like I'm gonna die now. And again, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You're the best, babe. I'm just off tonight for now anyway. Alright, sounds good. No worries. Take it easy. Okay, where are we going over here? Not again, cops. Okay, I don't like skateboard. Skateboard get me got by cops. Thank you for all your love to the channel. Oh, no worries. It's a good time. I love popping in and hanging out. Don't have that big of a group of people I know on Kick, so, you know, gotta share the love for the ones that you do got. Okay, he wants math. She wants that granddaddy perp. Alright, we got lots of money now. We need to wait for the week that we can put in $10,000 and we can probably buy something good. Cute Muffin, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Oh no, cops, cops, cops. Where are we going? We want to go to the warehouse. Warehouse is over here. We just went over the warehouse. We have 1 slot inventory. What are we buying? Get away from the cops. I tried my personal best on Chess Puzzle Rush. Didn't quite make it, Muffin. Why am I here? Oh, okay, I wonder if I need a bed for these guys, but I'll hold on. Tied? Oh, you tied. My bad. I'm high, don't worry. Scoozy me. Okay, so we need 1 bed. And that we don't have to go to the bungalow as often. Okay, so we need a bed. Tied 46. That's crazy. Oh god. Use the management clipboard to assign the packet. Oh god! This thing's gonna get me killed. Oof. What? What? Wait, what the fuck? How did they get me? I was... What the fuck? I thought they... 48 weed gone. Oh my god. I was like, why does the world feel so small? Okay, well, we fucked up. Thank God we have a fuck ton of product. And we can't get anyone here, so anything made here we have to manually do. Oh my god. Struggle is fucking real. So it's like we can take everything that's made here to the bungalow and then have them package it at the bungalow. Because she doesn't make more than 8 a day. I can't believe I got busted. I'm such an idiot. Okay. So I guess you really can't hide in those. It's like super circumstantial. I'm back. Welcome back, Valiant Boy. I don't know why I double chimed like that. Some weird shit. The game. If you're old enough, you just lost the game. Can't see the Grok image, but the Ethereum link worked for some reason. We're definitely going to take this mixer out of here and bring it to the other place. Or do we have a mixer there? Or a packager? I don't know, let's find out. Still more weed, right? This is the last of it? Okay. One jar, so yeah, let's just leave it here. This is just extra stuff, weed, this, there, we got a bed for them. Try and take this shit, leave that behind. isn't really space for a bed in there. I don't really want to put a bed in there. I mean, I could probably put his bed here. You have to put the person in, like, they need a bed to sleep in. So this guy, bed. Packing station. Okay, so we want does not meet the requirements. Okay. So we only do packing station. From here to here. Here to here. From here to here. Here to here. And then from here to here. That there. Grab that. Okay, we need put that there. And that there. Grab meth there.
Eggy Mayo is now following. Thank
Oh,
you for
shit.
following Eggy Mayo.
Thanks,
I
Eggy.
hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Hi, sweetie. Hatred was just telling me he used to arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are
Okay,
you
we need
smoking?
jars.
Who?
You.
We need a fuck ton
Why
of
are you
jars.
smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
True. Sergeant Hatred knows what's going on. We have nothing on us to deal with. There, we just have a bunch of jars and some baggies. Then we grab the rest of this. And then we keep the clipboard. He's got what he needs to do. So, let's see if, oh, we need to pay him. And we need to check on everyone's payments. stock them all back up to 1,000. Who just messaged me? Whatever, let's go. I think we gotta start making some more meth, but I mean, we got a lot of fucking weed. Okay, we did our launder. Oh shit. That reminds me. We need to top up our other chicks. Shit. Which one does she have? Yeah, she only had 1 day left. That wouldn't have been good. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on, let's go. Oh, I tried. I fucking tried. Okay. We didn't sell that much today, but we did sell quite a bit. Only half a level. Ugh. Okay. Go hand out some quad. Gonna do some laundering. I'm not gonna get greedy. Fuck! I'm just gonna get unlucky. Doesn't like any of it anyways. Oh, fuck. Val abandoned me again? Well, sounds about right. Ooh. I am having no luck today, guys. Oh shit, that was right in front of the police station. I'm an idiot. Safe, right? Oh my god, cam loading my game. That's so bullshit! It was like 2 milliseconds off from freaking... Okay, let's try this again. To not do a deal in front of the police station again. Okay, collect your money. What do you have? Top up those. Granddaddy. This one isn't really working, so I'm gonna try this. I'm just gonna swap them. Let's see. My advice is focus on making a fun stream and not to trying to keep particular people, or you'll lose your mind or get upset. True. It's all about playing the long game. It's like, I'm astounded you guys are here every day. It's a fucking miracle. Like, that's not at all what I expected, you know? I'm very thankful that you guys find the stream enjoyable enough that it's something that, you know, not what I like. Yes! And that's Benji. I just gave him shit. Because it's the vibe if when I had cool flatmates. Ah, yeah, just hanging out with peeps. I feel that. That is the kind of vibe I want to give off. You know, it's just a bunch of guys sitting around in a room playing computer games, having fun, fucking around, being retarded, but, you know, having a good time. Guys being dudes. True. Where are all the people? I don't know. Counter offer. 8 for 350. 5? How about 7 for 280? Okay, where are people? Nowhere to be found. $12? Can we make that 15? For 630. These guys are so addicted. They love my shit. I get that. True. Small community, easy to chat with too, right? You're not overwhelmed by it. I'm just going for the 69% chance. Fuck. Sweet. Okay, we're moving some of it. Oh, fuck. We gotta go to the laundromat. Just get bored during the stream without chatting. Yeah, I feel that. 71%. Awesome. Okay, we're succeeding. Oh, I just took him out. Oops. Yes. What about you? Waiting on a deal. Is that Peter? No, that's Greg. Where's Peter? Ooh, you. Come on, I get you. Ew, no. No one likes this shit. Okay, nobody likes this shit. Maybe we just give it to them. And we just hold on to these for now. Okay, he's good. We need meth supplies. So we need... Where's this bitch? Ooh, regular pseudo. Okay, let's get 8 pseudo. Okay, she's still got money. Wait, we need to go to the laundromat. Where am I going? We need to go to the laundromat. Embezzle that money. So. Hey, Valiant boy, how's it going? Yeah, it's just over here. Okay, what now? Oh, we need to go to the warehouse to get, shit. What about you? No, what about you? Oh, I'm way too far over. Yeah, it's way up there. Rank? Oh, it's only open after 6. I'm an idiot. Okay, well, where's Shirley's drop-off point? Okay, right behind us. Nope, not that one. This one? No, that's money, so we can put more money in there, though. Wait, is she not... Oh, I don't think she's ready for the dead drop yet. In which case, let's inspect how this shit is going and see if it's working. now the dead drop's ready. Oh my god, and he's making it! Yes, it's working! That's all that matters. It's fucking working. We shouldn't have to worry about that for a while. We got plenty of seeds there. So where's her dead drop? Alleyway behind the laundromat. That's the wrong way. Okay, and this should be open now? No, it's not 6 yet. Let's go drop this off. See if anyone wants any. She's not home. Oh, he definitely. Okay, let's check on this guy. See how he's doing. Okay, well, he's got some shit, so it's not too bad. Where are we going? Can we drop money yet? Nope, not yet. Okay, it's past 6 now. We should be able to get in here. Alright. Add to cart. 20. Okay, let's go start making some more meth, boys. Sentia talking about peeing on their partner in the shower. Aw, man. They must be so lucky. Okay, so this is low quality. This is up. Why isn't that me? Agreed. It's not fair, right? I'm gonna hold on to the low quality. The end game is cocaine. I feel like we're getting less and less sales. Even though we're selling it pretty damn cheap. I think I'm actually out of jars. Okay, we need more jars. We need more soil. Do we need more seeds? Yes.
Cute Muffins rated my stream with 2 viewers. Welcome, Raiders, to the stream.
Muffin, thank you, thank you.
Be outside. I don't want to have to talk to your mom.
Oh, I will be there.
Good night, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Muffin. Have a good night, good sir. Take care.
What hockey heard you the first time? Lady, no! Mom! I'm calling the dog!
I don't know why I'm down here. I went the wrong way. I gotta go to my house. My bungalow. Bungalow Strungalow. Hey man, I literally have no fucking storage. Okay, I guess that's what we need to buy next time is storage. Okay, we need 3. We need to get rid of everything. We'll put everything else here, including the skateboard. It's right over there. How does this work? I don't know how the delivery bay works. Bungalow. Long life soil. Extra long life soil. Jars. Cool. Wait, there's shit in my RV? I thought my RV was blown up. Why am I going south? Why am I going to the RV? Soil as we can there, as much soil as we can here. There we go. Now we should skateboard. I'm like, I don't feel like he's taking this, so I'm just gonna swap these. Just to make sure. Crack. I'm having daddy purple. So I'm gonna get some daddy purple in baggies. Do we have any of that anywhere? We have these 4 baggies, and we have this random purple. That's enough. in, take that out. Random strawberry diesel just cuz. Let's go sell some drugs, guys. Let's make some money. Unfortunately, this will probably be the last day. I gotta go to fucking bed. Fucking stupid fucking work early. But I get off early, which means I can have a full time to prepare for tomorrow's stream. So it will be nice. I won't have to rush it. I can have a bath, chill out. It is the Mega-Een. Wait, any one of these guys want meth? No one wanted meth. Okay. Granddaddy purple. Whoops. Purple. Nice. Now where? Over here. Adam from CZ. Welcome. How's it going? How are you? What are you up to, good sir? Unfortunately, you're catching us at the end of the stream. This is the last day before we gotta get off, go to bed. But welcome. Hopefully in the meantime you are enjoying yourself. We gotta go make some meth. It's good? Well, that's good to hear. This thing's full of shit. This thing's almost full of shit. Man, we got too much stuff. And meth. Does it make more? It looks like darker. So maybe it is better. Nice. $2,000 more in the bank, boys. We gotta buy another business, though. That's the goal. We gotta save up our money. I think we gotta check something out here, and then we're good to go. Last thing. I need more seeds. Fuck, that's right. That's what I needed. He should still be there, right? Let's ask him to meet up again. Okay, this time we're gonna do 70. Take this with us just to make it speedy. Or so I think. We'll get used to the skateboard. I'm like, how am I going? Where the fuck am I going? Yeah, okay, I need to go south. Fuck you, coppers. Alright, I think that's good. She just needs more soil, which we can get later. Shouldn't go through 7 soil that badly. I'm just worried it's going to have 1 soil short. Let's see what Benji's got. And then we'll hit the sack. Nice, he sold some good shit. So let's keep that and we'll give him that. Alright. Let's do it. Here it comes. Here we are. It is what it is, right? Is there a day limit? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know what the highest day someone's been at. Quote of the day. Like, do you have to reach cocaine by day 300 or something? No, I don't think there's any kind of specific thing like that. But then again, the game's not complete, right? I'm pretty sure this is like early access. Quote of the day. I am malformed, scarred, and small. But, abed, when the candles are blown, I am made no worse than other men. In the dark, I am the Knight of Flowers. Yeah, he pays those hoes well, that's for sure, right? True and relatable. Indeed. Alright, Hustler level or Bagman level 1. We haven't gotten any upgrades for anything in a while, though. But, as always, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, let's see who we're raiding today. Who's gonna be the... Who is going to be able to withstand the wrath of my chat? Here we go. A new one. We found a new one, guys. I hope Valium was here. Valium, get on Twitch and go to the person that I raided. They're French. Translate for me, good sir.